what you see here on DETV Kids.
Homeschool, making learning fun. Homeschool, fun for everyone.
Hi kids, this is your music teacher Sticks Bones here, and today we're going to talk about instruments we use to play music. The first instrument is the grand piano. The piano is something that we use to play with our fingers and our thumbs. You can press down on the keyboard together or individually. The thing that makes the sound of the grand piano is the hammer and the string in the back that gives us that nice, beautiful sound. Now the trick is, whenever you play the piano and you move your hand to the right, the notes, they go up. And when you move the hand to the left, the notes, they go down. The next cool instrument we're going to talk about is the guitar. The guitar has 6 strings and these metal wires called frets. Now, in order to hear the guitar, one hand presses the string against the fret while the other hand plucks or strums the strings to kind of give you a sound like this, which is really cool. But the last instrument, which is the drum set, this right here is a combination of drums and cymbals that you play holding a wooden drumstick in each hand. Now the trick is, the smaller the drum, the higher the tone. The larger the drum, the lower the tone. And the cool one is the bass drum, because that's the biggest one, and that has a foot pedal attached to it that you would play with one foot. The hi-hat is on a stand that has a foot pedal attached to it that you will play with the other foot. And you get to use your hands and your feet to play this instrument at the same time to make your beat. Kind of like in this motion. So the next time you're out with your parents, stop by your local music store and experiment with the guitar, the piano, and the drum set. I'm Sticks Bones, and that's music.
Sometimes more than 2 words can form a compound word like mother-in-law. So, some examples of compound words are doghouse, lighthouse, raincoat, jelly bean, toothbrush, and sunflower.
Hey India, here are a few more examples of compound words. Bathtub, hourglass, ladybug, and living room.
That's right. Thanks a lot, Miss Bell. I'm about to do a song with my friends, okay? I got a little rhyme if you have not heard, and it's gonna teach you about compound words. Now compound words are easy to pair, like putting the word wheel right next to chair, or putting the word hair right next to brush. You gotta take your time and you should not rush. Shoebox, a starfish, butterfly, handbag. What are you pointing at, Doodle? What is that? Hey, it's a boat. Oh, you're correct. Thank you. It's a sailboat. Hey, that's a compound word. Let me use my transporter watch. And we can go to the beach. Let's hit the water, Doodle. Woohoo! I see a catfish, catfish, a jellyfish, a jelly, jellyfish, starfish, starfish.
Hi everybody, Dr. Susan. I am so glad you joined today. In fact, I'm thankful for you. Today, I am thinking about expressing gratitude. We all know that gratitude is about demonstrating or feeling thankful. Feeling thankful, grateful for people, for opportunities, for gifts, for things that happen that make us happy. Today, what I'm really thinking about is, how do the people in my life know that I feel grateful for them, that I'm thankful? How do the people in your life know that you feel grateful and thankful when you do? Well, I know for a fact that when somebody says to me, "Thank you, Dr. Susan," it makes me feel wonderful inside. When someone tells me that I've made a difference or I've helped them. How do you feel when someone tells you they're grateful or thankful? How do you tell other people that you're thankful? Well, I have an idea. Let's see if we can't try something here. What if I were to write a thank you note to my friend who's a teacher? Because I really appreciate him. He's a nice person, and he helped me to solve a problem the other day when I was confused and wasn't sure what to do. I told him thank you that day, but I kind of want to make sure he understands that he made a real difference in my life. So I think I'm going to write a thank you note. What's a thank you note? A thank you note is an opportunity to take a pen to paper or fingers to keyboard and put the date at the top. Put their name on the paper, dear friend, and then tell them why I'm thankful. You helped me last week with my problem. I felt so much better after talking to you. Thank you for being my friend. Sincerely, Dr. Susan. That took me less than a minute. And now I'm going to take that thank you card, I'm going to put it in an envelope, and I'm going to give it to my friend. Did you ever get a thank you note? Or a special way of somebody telling you that they appreciate you? It's a way of recognizing, communicating appreciation. Besides thank you notes, what other ways can we demonstrate that we're thankful? Here's one. My brother was helping me clean up our yard. We were raking leaves and putting them into bags, and I could tell that he was really tired because he was working very hard. And I had just baked a pie that day, and I decided what better way to tell my brother I appreciate him than to give him a piece of pie. So I went into my house while he was finishing up bagging up leaves, and I brought him a piece of pie, and he had the biggest smile on his face, demonstrating gratitude, showing that I'm thankful. And it doesn't always have to be a thing like a note or a piece of pie. Sometimes it can be a high five, or it can be telling your gratitude in front of a group of people to say, my friend helped me today and she's amazing and you all should know it. How do you express gratitude? Some people like to express gratitude more privately, maybe writing in your own personal journal and just reflecting on that gratitude. Here's something that I learned that I want to share with you. Every single morning when I wake up, I think of 3 things I'm grateful for. That's the first thought I want in my mind when I wake up. It used to be when I would wake up, I would be thinking about my alarm clock and jumping in the shower and how I had to get off to school and what am I going to make for breakfast. But I decided that I'm going to start every day. The first thing I'm going to do is think about 3 things I am thankful for. So this morning, when I woke up, I did my 3. If you were going to think of 3 things right now that you're grateful for, what might they be? For me this morning, it was the beautiful sunshine. It was the hug my mom gave me when I got to see her for the first time in a long, long time. And I was very thankful that I got to wake up and come see you today. And I'm telling you this, I'm grateful. So tomorrow morning, what might you wake up and think about you're thankful for? And what if you told someone that you're grateful? Whether it's through a card, a high five, telling them directly, or just showing them by being their friend. When you think about being thankful, who are the people that come to mind? Maybe it's your family, maybe it's your friends or your neighbor. Maybe it's your teacher or someone at school who gives you a warm smile in the morning. Maybe it's even your mailman, your mail carrier who helps you to get your letters in the mail. When I think about all the people working hard every day to make life better for all of us, I feel thankful. Think about the weather forecaster who helps us to know if it's going to rain or shine. Think about the nurse who makes sure that we are well and that we have all of the medicine that we need when we don't feel so well. I think with gratitude about the cashier at the store who helps me ring up my school clothes when I need to go shopping. Who are you thankful for, and who can you tell that you appreciate them? Now, when it comes to gratitude, sometimes we're grateful for people, sometimes we're grateful for things, and sometimes we're grateful for experiences. Do you have a happy memory? Maybe spending time at a family reunion or a barbecue, or maybe time swimming, laughing. I'm grateful for those times, those memories that make up my life, because even though those things happened in the past, my gratitude and my memory keeps them alive. What experiences are you grateful for? Moments when you learned maybe to ride a bike or spell your name, or when somebody taught you how to say hola in Spanish. Maybe you're grateful for a thing, like a birthday gift you received, or a card that somebody wrote you. Or maybe you're grateful for a person. I'm thankful that you joined me today. This was really fun. I hope that you go out and look for things that you're thankful for and remember them and communicate them in the way that is meaningful for you. Thanks for joining me, everybody. I hope you'll come back. Dr. Susan here with Human Being.
Hi everybody, it's Mr. Bash, your favorite school leader, here with the word homonym. What's a homonym? A homonym is when a word is spelled the same, sounds the same, but has a different meaning. Here are some examples. Bark, B-A-R-K. Bark could mean the bark of a tree, or bark could mean what a dog does. Another word is tire, T-I-R-E. What is a tire? The same tire you have on a car, or the same tire like when you get sleepy. Rose, R-O-S-E. Rose could be the rose like a flower, or rose could be what you do when you wake up. Bat, B-A-T. A bat could be an animal like the bat, or bat could be, like in baseball, like a bat. These are just some examples of what are called homonyms. Thank you all for joining us on the Word of the Day.
Now I know this may be a challenge for some of you, but you got it. Just rock out to the beat and vibe with me. You got it. Let's fly. Rock with me. Yeah. 1 cup, 8 fluid ounce, 1 pint, 2 cups, 1 quart, 2 pints, 1 gallon, 4 quarts, 1 liter equals 1,000 milliliters. 1 kiloliter equals 1,000 liters. Let's flow. 1 cup, 8 fluid ounce, 1 pint, 2 cups, 1 quart, 2 pints, 1 gallon, 4 quarts, 1 liter equals 1,000 milliliters. 1 kiloliter equals 1,000 liters. Let's flow. 1 cup, 8 fluid ounce, 1 pint, 2 cups, 1 quart, 2 pints, 1 gallon, 4 quarts, 1 liter equals 1,000 milliliters. 1 kiloliter equals 1,000 liters. Let's flow. 1 cup, 8 fluid ounce, 1 pint, 2 cups, 1 quart, 2 pints, 1 gallon, 4 quarts, 1 liter equals 1,000 milliliters. 1 kiloliter equals 1,000 liters. Let's flow. Let's flow. What's flow? Let's flow.
Hello, boys and girls. I am your reader today. My name is Matt Meyer by day. I'm your Newcastle County executive, but on DETV, today, I'm reading you a book. So I want you to drop everything you're doing and let's take 10 minutes together and let's read. Now, one quick message. If you like this book, if you like any book, think of any book, magazine you want to read, you can actually get the book without even going to your local library. You can go online with your phone and get an app called Libby, L-I-B-B-Y, and you can get this book, Thank You, Omu, by Oge Mora, or you can get any of a million other books that you want online at your app store with Libby. So this is Thank You, Omu, by a woman named Oge Mora. It's won all sorts of awards, but beyond the awards, it really makes me hungry, and I'm going to show you why in a minute. Omu, the name Omu is actually the Igbo term for queen. Does anyone know what Igbo means? Anyone? Anyone? Raise your, no, don't call out. Raise your hand. Anybody? That's right. Igbo is an ethnic group in Nigeria, and Omu is the word for queen in the Igbo language. On the corner of First Street and Long Street, on the very top floor, Omu was cooking a thick red stew in a big fat pot for a nice evening meal. She seasoned and stirred it and took a small taste. "What a delicious stew," Omu said. "Tonight's dinner will surely be the best I have ever had." Does anyone, her name is Omu. Does anyone remember what Omu means in Igbo? Anyone? No? No, that's right. It means queen in Igbo. And Omu is making a stew. With that, Omu put down her spoon and went to read a book before supper. As the thick red stew simmered on the stove, its scrumptious scent wafted out the window and out the door, down the hall, toward the street, and around the block until knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. When Omu opened the door, she saw a little boy. "Little boy," Omu explained, "what brings you to my home?" "I was playing with my race car down the hall when I smelled the most delicious smell," the little boy replied. "What is it?" "Thick red stew," Omu said. Stew," he sighed. "That sure sounds yummy." Omu thought for a moment. She was saving her stew for dinner, but she had made quite a bit. "It would not hurt to share a little bit. Would you like to come in?" she told the little boy. The little boy nodded, and so Omu spooned out some thick red stew from the big fat pot for her nice evening meal. "Thank you, Omu," the little boy said, and he went on his way. You can see there the little boy eating the thick red stew. Looks like the boy's eating the thick red stew without a spoon. Just drinking it straight out of the bowl. You ever done that before? Just drink it out of the bowl. With that, Omu closed the door and went back to her book. As she read, her thick red stew's scrumptious scent wafted out the window, out the door, down the hall, toward the street, and around the block until, knock, knock, someone was at the door. When Omu opened the door, this time she saw a police officer. "Uh-oh. Miss Police Officer?" Omu exclaimed, "What brings you to my home?" I was on duty down the street when I smelled the most delicious smell," Miss Police Officer replied. "What is it?" "Thick red stew," Omu said. "Ah, stew," the officer said, and her mouth watered. "That sounds mighty tasty." Wonder what Omu's going to do next. Omu thought for a moment. There was still enough to share. "Would you like some?" The police officer nodded. Once again, Omu spooned out some thick red stew from the big fat pot for her nice evening meal. "Thank you, Omu," the officer said, and went on her way. And so for the second time, Omu closed the door and went back to the book. Omu's a good reader. So sure enough, as she read, her thick red stew's scrumptious scent wafted out the window and out the door, down the hall, toward the street, and around the block until, knock, 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 again. Someone was at Omu's door. This time, when she opened it, she saw a hot dog vendor. "A hot dog vendor?" Omu exclaimed. "What brings you to my home?" "I was selling my hot dogs down the block when I smelled the most delicious smell," Mr. Hot Dog Vendor replied. "What is it?" "Thick red stew," Omu said. "Ooh, stew," the hot dog vendor licked his lips. "That sounds quite delectable." So Omu spooned out some thick red stew from the big fat pot for her nice evening meal. "Thank you, Omu," the hot dog vendor said, and he went on his way. Throughout the day, people from all across the neighborhood knocked on Omu's door. She fed a shop owner, a cab driver. For kids out there, a cab is something a little like Uber, if you know Uber. A cab driver, a doctor, an actor, a lawyer, a dancer, a baker, an artist, a singer, an athlete, a bus driver, a construction worker, yeah, even a county executive. And each time they knocked, Omu shared. Soon the sky darkened, the streetlights brightened, and it was finally time for dinner. But when Omu opened her big fat pot of thick red stew for her nice evening meal, it was empty. Omu sniffled. "There goes the best dinner I ever had." Sorry and blue, she sat at the table with her empty pot until knock, 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 knock. Who could that be? Omu wondered. When she opened her door, she saw The little boy, the police officer, the hot dog vendor, the shop owner, the cab driver, the doctor, the actor, the lawyer, the dancer, the baker, even the county executive. Why, everyone she fed today was at her door. I'm sorry, everyone, Omu sighed. My thick red stew is all gone. I have nothing left to share. The little boy tugged at Omu's sleeve. Don't worry, Omu. We are not here to ask. We are here to give. The police officer carried in a fresh salad. The mayor entered with a roast chicken. The county executive brought squash soup. The baker brought a collection of sweet goodies. Even the little boy presented Omu with something special in a shiny red envelope. Everyone who had knocked on Omu's door that day squeezed inside her tiny apartment, and together they ate, danced, and celebrated. While Omu's big fat pot of thick red stew was empty, her heart was full of happiness and love. That dinner was the best she had ever had. Thank you, Omu, and thank you, boys and girls, for joining us today for this special reading of Thank You, Omu by Oge Mora. Don't forget, go to Libby, an online app for you to take any book you want out of your Newcastle County library system. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hello, Anessa here from DETV Kids News.
And I'm Elijah.
This just in, the ever-popular red, yellow, and blue, known as primary colors, can be mixed to create secondary colors.
You don't say.
No, I do say. When yellow and blue are mixed together, you get green.
Go on.
Red and blue make violet.
Well, that's nice.
Sure is. When red and yellow are mixed together, wait for it, creates orange.
Amazing. Orange. Glad you tuned in.
On later news, multiplication tables are not for eating dinner on.
This and more on DETV Kids News, your leader in edutainment news.
The DETV letter of the day is C. Whew, I am cold. It is getting really, really cold outside. Whew. I feel like I need a cat. A cactus. A coat. Oh, so much better. It was a coat. So now I can get nice and warm because it's getting cold out there. The letter of the day is C. Cat starts with C, cactus starts with C, coat starts with C, as well as courageous. And I hope you all are courageous today and every day.
Making learning fun. Homeschool, fun for everyone.
You will like what you see here on DETV Kids.
Hi, my name is Madison, and today I have my dad here.
Hey Maddie, how you doing?
Good.
So what's the letter for today?
P.
Why P?
Because pink is my favorite color.
So pink is your favorite color. Okay, so give me some words, some other words that start with the letter P.
Potato.
Okay, I can do potato. And what else?
Pig.
Pig, okay. And what else? Give me one more.
Pirate.
Good job. High five. All right. So the letter of the day is P, and brought to you by the girl in pink. Good? Cool? All right.
Here on
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Susan. I'm so glad you joined me today because we are going to talk about change. Change. Things being different from before. Change can be good and exciting and fun and educational, but change can be scary and overwhelming and frustrating. Change can be no big deal. For example, I just decided I'm going to change and take off my glasses today to talk to you. No big deal. That's an example of a small change. But big changes can be a big deal. Are you ready to talk about change? Let's do it. Change. How we deal with change matters, and we have control over how we react to change. You know, change is happening all around us all the time, and it always will be. So the better we get at managing change, the happier our lives can be. In fact, if we don't have willingness to change, we can get stuck. Think about a tree for a second. Think about a weeping willow tree. In the wind, the weeping willow tree bends back and forth. And when the wind ends, it's still standing strong. But if that tree decided that it was not willing to flex and be agile in the wind, it might get knocked over. Being flexible to deal with change is a skill that can help us throughout all of our life. Can you think of a time when you were flexible with change? Maybe you changed a classroom, or maybe you were used to going to school in one specific route, or maybe you were used to a certain classroom setup and now that's different. How did you manage that change? In fact, I would bet that you've made lots of changes in your life already. And the more skillful you get at seeing change, recognizing your options, and then deciding how you want to go with that change, the more powerful you will feel over your life. For example, if I went to the store and picked out a scarf that's bright orange, and I've never worn a bright orange scarf before, I'm creating change. And my friend might say, "Wow, Susan, I don't think I've ever seen you wear orange before." And I might think, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'll look in the mirror. And I look in the mirror and I say, "Wow, I like this orange color. Change for me is good." Or I might look in the mirror and say, "No, thank you. This is not for me." Change is an opportunity for us to think about what matters. Kids, I've gone through a lot of changes in the last year, and I bet you have too. The world has gone through a lot of change. Some of it's been pretty good because we've gotten to talk about some topics that maybe we didn't talk about before. We've gotten to think about some things that maybe we didn't think about before. But there's been a whole lot to learn, and how we've changed along with the things around us that are changing matters. So, how do you change when you have to try something new or adjust to something unexpected? For example, did you ever sit in a certain place in your classroom and you really liked being in that place, and then suddenly you had a new teacher or a new classroom and you didn't get to sit in that same place before and it kind of felt a little strange at first? Change can be scary. It's a disruption of what we know. What other kinds of changes have you experienced this year? Maybe there's a change in the family situation at home, where we used to be able to eat dinner together because everybody was home at the same time, but maybe now someone in the family has a different set of hours for their job, and maybe you miss eating dinner together. That's change. And we have to figure out, how do I deal with change? Sometimes we want to change ourselves. Let's say we want to learn a new sport, or we want to grow in school and get better at math. What's something that you would like to change? Maybe you would like to fall asleep faster. Or maybe you would like to be able to learn a new skill like singing a song. Change takes time. It doesn't happen magically most of the time. In fact, if you learn to ride a bike, usually it takes a few tries just to be able to sit on the bike and balance, and then put a foot on a pedal and one foot in front of the other until pretty soon you're able to ride a bike, but it doesn't happen all at once. So if that's true that change takes time, what's the best way to be patient and flexible? I have an idea, and it's a poem by someone I really admire. Her name is Portia Nelson, and she wrote a poem, and it's called Autobiography in 5 Short Chapters. Are you ready? Autobiography in 5 Short Chapters by Portia Nelson. Chapter 1. I walk down the street. There is a deep hole in the sidewalk. I fall in. I'm lost. I'm helpless. It isn't my fault. It takes me forever to find a way out. Chapter 2. I walk down the same street. There is a deep hole in the sidewalk. I pretend I don't see it. I fall in again. I can't believe I am in the same place. But it isn't my fault. It still takes a long time to get out. Chapter 3. I walk down the same street. There is a deep hole in the sidewalk. I see it is there. I still fall in. It's a habit. My eyes are open. I know where I am. It is my fault. I get out immediately. Chapter 5. Chapter 4. I walk down the same street. There is a deep hole in the sidewalk. I walk around it. Chapter 5. I walk down another street. Change takes time. What chapter are you on in the change you want to make? Thanks to Portia Nelson for that neat poem. That's part of her book, There's a Hole in My Sidewalk. It's a real good one to read. So, whether you're making change to make your life better, or to adjust to something that's happened, or whether you're simply trying on new outfits to see if you like them, embracing change and having a forward-looking vision of what can I do to feel good about this situation and embrace that change will give you the power you need to succeed. Thanks for joining me, folks. I'm so glad you came. I'm Dr. Susan. See you next time.
Now I know this may be a challenge for some of you, but you got it. Just rock out to the beat and vibe with me. You got it. Let's fly. Rock with me. Yeah. 1 cup, 8 fluid ounce, 1 pint, 2 cups, 1 quart, 2 pints, 1 gallon, 4 quarts, 1 liter equals 1,000 milliliters. 1 kiloliter equals 1,000 liters. Let's flow. 1 cup, 8 fluid ounce, 1 pint. 2 cups, 1 quart, 2 pints. 1 gallon, 4 quarts. 1 liter equals 1,000 milliliters. 1 kiloliter equals 1,000 liters. Let's flow. 1 cup, 8 fluid ounce, 1 pint. 2 cups, 1 quart, 2 pints. 1 gallon, 4 quarts. 1 liter equals 1,000 milliliters. 1 kiloliter equals 1,000 liters. Let's flow. 1 cup, 8 fluid ounce, 1 pint. 2 cups, 1 quart, 2 pints. 1 gallon, 4 quarts. 1 liter equals 1,000 milliliters. 1 kiloliter equals 1,000 liters. Let's flow. Let's flow. What's flow? Let's flow.
Hi, my name's Adia and I'm with DIAE. Today we are going to be focused on the number 10. So let's get started. Here we go. With the head, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Drop it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Side to side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very good. Now let's do our shoulders up and down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In a circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. With the arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very good. Now we're going to move our ribs with our arms out nice and wide. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very nice. Now we're going to do an X and a dot 10 times. So you have your X, then your dot. Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very nice. Now we're going to make a big circle by clapping 10 times. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very good job, friends. Now let's move on to the next part. Now come and meet my special friends. My first friend is Mrs. Sheep. Mrs. Sheep loves to shake her head. Let's try to do it with her. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did you do it? Now it's time to meet my second friend, Mr. Pig. And Mr. Pig loves to wiggle his tail and twist and twist. Let's try to wiggle and twist like Mr. Pig. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now it's time to meet my third friend. Meet Mr. Cow. And Mr. Cow loves to stomp his feet all over. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have a fun idea. Let's go visit my friends at the farm. Let's go. We're going to close our eyes really tight and count to 10. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're at the farm, and I think I see my friends. My friends are so excited for me to be here. Let's dance. Let's do Mrs. Sheep first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now Mr. Pig. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now Mr. Cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now let's try it with music. 5, 6, 7, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was great! Now, I think my friends want to try to do it really slow. Let's see if we can do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are you ready to try it with slow music now? Here we go. Very slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow. That was really slow. I felt like I was dancing in space. Now my friends want to try it really fast. Let's try it without music. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do you think we could do it with music? Let's try it with music. Fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoa, that was fast. That was so much fun. But now I think it's time for us to leave the farm. Remember, we have to close our eyes really tight and count to 10. You ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're back. Thank you so much for joining me. Until next time, don't forget, keep on dancing. Bye.
Sometimes more than two words can form a compound word like mother-in-law. So, some examples of compound words are doghouse, lighthouse, raincoat, jelly bean, toothbrush, and sunflower.
Hey India, here are a few more examples of compound words. Bathtub, hourglass, ladybug, and living room.
That's right. Thanks a lot, Miss Bell. I'm about to do a song with my friends, okay? I got a little rhyme if you have not heard, and it's gonna teach you about compound words. Now compound words are easy to pair, like putting the word wheel right next to chair, or putting the word hair right next to brush. You gotta take your time and you should not rush. Shoebox, a starfish, butterfly, handbag. What are you pointing at, Doodle? What is that? Hey, it's a boat. Oh, you're correct. Thank you. It's a sailboat. Hey, that's a compound word. Let me use my transporter watch. And we can go to the beach. Let's hit the water, Doodle. Woohoo! I see a catfish, catfish, a jellyfish, a jelly, fish, jellyfish, starfish, starfish.
The DETV letter of the day is C. Whew, I am cold. It is getting really, really cold outside. Whew. I feel like I need a cat. A cactus. A coat. Oh, so much better. It was a coat. So now I can get nice and warm because it's getting cold out there. The letter of the day is C. Cat starts with C, cactus starts with C, coat starts with C, as well as courageous. And I hope you all are courageous today and every day.
Making learning fun. Homeschool, fun for everyone.
You will like what you see here on DETV.
Word of the day is O. I'm going to say the word first and you're going to repeat it after me. Now let's think of a word like octopus. Octopus. Now you're going to say it with me. Octopus. Now I'm going to give you a little time to think of your own word that starts with an O. Are you ready? I'm listening. Wow, that's an outstanding word. Now I'm going to go. I'm going to think of the word as open. Now you repeat it after me. Open. Now we're going to say it together. Open. Open. Now I'm going to think of a word like ocean. Now you're going to repeat after me. Ocean. Now we're going to say it all together. Ocean. Ocean. Wait, before you go, let me ask you this simple question. What lives in the ocean? Maybe an opah, a fish that's really big, an oyster that's kind of small, and an octopus. Thank you for watching. Make sure you follow me on DETV Kids. Plus, don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow. Bye, everyone.
Making learning fun. Homeschool, fun for everyone.
Hello, Anessa here from DETV Kids News. And I'm Elijah. This just in, the ever popular red, yellow, and blue, known as primary colors, can be mixed to create secondary colors. You don't say. No, I do say. When yellow and blue are mixed together, you get green. Go on. Red and blue make violet. Well, that's nice. Sure is. When red and yellow are mixed together, wait for it, creates orange. Amazing. Orange. Glad you tuned in. On later news, multiplication tables are not for eating dinner on. This and more on DETV Kids News, your leader in edutainment news.
Hey there, everybody. Chris here with our buddy Emic the Panda with some helpful tips on how you can set yourself up for learning at home. Emic, you ready? Me too. Tip number 1, get on a schedule. That's right, most smart people agree that it's best to start at the same time every morning. Right, Emic? Emic knows. Tip number 2, create a routine. That's right, it is easier to stay on task when we know when things are supposed to happen. Now your morning routine could look like this. You ready, Emic? You get up, you wash up, you get dressed, you eat a healthy breakfast, and then you're ready to learn. Emic is so ready. We are moving on to tip number 3. Designate a place to learn. Now, we should have a quiet place with everything you need, like books, pens and pencils, paper, and a place to sit. Now, Emic, this should not be your bedroom or a place with a lot of distractions. You know, like with your brothers and sisters. Tip number 4, get organized. Every day is different, so be sure you have what you need for what you're learning that day. Is it an arts and crafts day? Are you learning history, math and science? Or is it a physical education day? So get those pencils sharpened and supplies ready. All right, Emic, we did it. We are now on our 5th and final tip. Here it is. Set up the rules with your parents or guardians. They will help you figure out what time you should get started, when you should take your lunch, have breaks, and finish each day. Thanks a lot for those tips, Emic. We appreciate it. Now you are all set to get the most out of your learning at home adventure. Are you ready to learn, Emic? Me too. We'll see you guys next time.
Hi, my name is Maddie, and this is my daddy, and this is my best friend, Aman.
Hey, Maddie, what's up, Big Ive?
Aman, what's going on?
Oh, it's good, man.
Aman, what's the letter of the day?
So glad you asked. Let's kick it off with the letter K.
Oh.
I like it.
I like it too. So let's kick it to Maddie. Maddie, what word begins with the letter K?
Kids.
Kids, like DETV Kids.
Ooh, good one.
Good one, right? King.
King me. I got another one, Ive.
What's that?
Maybe we should jump like a kangaroo.
Nice. Maddie?
Karate.
Very good, Matty.
Kitchen.
Cooking up 5 in the kitchen. We can also use a keyboard at home.
Yeah.
Kitty.
A kitty.
Kitten.
Very nice. Well, that is all the kitten caboodle for this episode. So we've got to fly like a kite.
Kids. Homeschool, making learning fun. Homeschool, fun for everyone.
Hi, everybody. Dr. Susan here. I'm so glad you joined me today. Today, we're going to talk about how to rise, how to turn challenge into change. Are you ready? Let's go. The first thing I want to ask you about is, how does the sun know to rise and set every single day? So just like the sun every single day rises, so do we. Even on a stormy day behind the clouds, the sun still figures out a way to rise. That's what it's like to be human. We get another chance every single day to start over. When we rise, we know how to reflect, how to imagine, how to set goals, and how to experiment with change. How could we rise today? So here is your first challenge. I want you to reflect. Think about one word to describe how you are feeling today. What's a word to describe how you are feeling? You might be feeling happy. You might be feeling sad. You might be feeling afraid. Maybe you're even angry. What if you have several feelings all at once? You could be happy and worried at the same time about what's going to happen later today. That's okay. As human beings, we can have lots of feelings at once. When we reflect on how we're feeling, that brings us awareness. And awareness gives us power to make good decisions. Thank you, everybody, for taking time today to reflect with me. It makes me feel grateful. I encourage you to take time every day to reflect on how you feel. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Homeschool, making learning fun. Homeschool, fun for everyone.
Hi kids, my name is Sticks Bones and I'm a musician. Today I'm going to talk to you guys about music. Music is sound that is made with instruments or your voice. Instruments like drums, which is my favorite instrument, guitar, piano, and many others. Whenever we want to create music and we do that with our instruments, this is what we call a song. A song consists of 2 elements. One is rhythm, the other is melody. Melody is the part of the song that you sing. Rhythm is the part of the song that makes you dance. So when you put those 2 together, that's what creates a song. It's as simple as clapping your hands, stomping your foot. And then when you add your melody, it all comes together like this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Now you can go and sing the rest of the song with your parents and your friends. I'm Sticks Bones, and that's music.
Homeschool, making learning fun. Homeschool, fun for everyone.
Hey everybody, it's Miss Cage, your favorite art teacher, and today we're going to talk about butterflies. let me tell you a story about the monarch butterfly. The monarch butterfly is one of the most beautiful creatures on this earth. It is filled with the warm colors, which are red, yellow, and orange. It also has really thick, bold lines in it and different kinds of shapes with colors like black and white, and again, those warm colors, which were, what were they? That's right, red, yellow, and orange. Monarch butterflies are also very symmetrical, which means that they are the same on both sides. Every year, the monarch butterflies travel thousands of miles over the course of 2 months to get to the mountains of Mexico. It's called migration. Can you imagine how beautiful the mountains of Mexico must look this time of year? I can't believe it. I want to go visit. Don't you? What's really cool about the migration of the monarch butterflies is that during their migration, the people who live in Mexico celebrate what's called the Day of the Dead. The Day of the Dead is also called Dia de los Muertos. And what's great about that is the people who celebrate Dia de los Muertos believe that the monarch butterflies' migration are the souls of their loved ones coming home to visit. Isn't that awesome? Just imagine all of those beautiful colors all over the mountains of Mexico. Do you remember what colors the monarch butterflies are? That's right, red, yellow, and orange. How many things do you know that are those colors? I have a challenge for you. I challenge you to go get a red crayon, a yellow crayon, and an orange crayon and draw your own monarch butterfly. Then imagine what kind of journey it will go on. Thank you for joining me today. I'm Miss Cade, your favorite art teacher, and I will see you next time.
Making learning fun. Homeschool, fun for everyone.
Hi friends, I'm so happy that you've come to join me today. I'm Miss Rebecca and I love to find different ways to learn and practice my skills in my everyday routine. Today, I could really use help with something. Do you think you can help me? Great, that is so kind. So today, I need to do some laundry. I've been so busy playing and learning new things that I didn't realize how many clothes I have to wash. Have you ever helped do the laundry at home? If you have, you know it takes a lot of hard work. We have to use our whole bodies and lots of muscles to do the laundry, right? We need to throw our dirty clothes in the hamper. We need to bend and lift the hamper of dirty clothes off the floor. We need to put our clothes into the washing machine. And we need to use our hands to twist and turn the dial to turn the machine on. Or sometimes we might even get to press a big button. Then, when our clothes are finished washing, we need to take them out and carefully put them in the dryer. And when our laundry is dry, we get to use our hands and fingers to fold or hang them up. So before we get started, how about we do some stretches to get our bodies ready? Are you ready to do some stretches together? Great! Follow along with me at home as we sing. Okay, friends, let's pretend we are in our rooms and we see a bunch of dirty clothes on the floor. Oops! Let's be helpful and pick these up. Ready? This is the way we pick up our clothes, pick up our clothes, pick up our clothes. This is the way we pick up our clothes off the floor. Nice job. Now let's add our clothes into the hamper. Ready? We're gonna bend over. Let's sing it. This is the way we gather our clothes, gather our clothes, gather our clothes. This is the way we gather our clothes to do the laundry. Yay, all our clothes are in our basket. Now, let's take this big basket and walk to the washing machine. You ready to get your legs up? Here we go, let's count out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo! We made it. Now, let's add our clothes to the machine. We're gonna do something special here. We're gonna pretend we're throwing them in like we're throwing a ball. Ready? Get your clothes. Here we go. This is the way we throw our clothes, throw our clothes, throw our clothes. This is the way we throw our clothes into the washing machine. We did it. Way to go, all our clothes are now inside. So now we can add some soap, and we'll need to turn the machine on. I know I have to twist the dial to make my washing machine start. Let's practice twisting our hands and our wrists. You ready? This is the way we turn it on, turn it on, turn it on. This is the way we turn it on to wash our clothes. Do you hear that? It's the water spilling into the machine. And look, the clothes are beginning to spin. Let's twist and spin with our clothes now. This is the way our clothes spin and twist, spin and twist, spin and twist. This is the way our clothes spin and twist to get clean. Great, our clothes are finished. And now they need to dry. Sometimes people hang their clothes to dry. Sometimes people put them in the dryer. And sometimes people will shake out their wet clothes. Let's practice shaking to dry our clothes. So we're gonna shake our whole bodies. You ready? Let's do it. This is the way we dry our clothes, dry our clothes, dry our clothes. This is the way we dry our clothes out of the machine. Way to go. Now that our clothes are all dry, we can fold them so they're ready to be put away. Let's sing it. This is the way we fold our clothes, fold our clothes, fold our clothes. This is the way we fold our clothes when they're nice and clean. Wow, my body is feeling all warmed up and ready to go. Before we take a look at my basket of clothes I have here, let's get those brains ready to learn. One great way to get our brains ready to learn is to take 3 big, deep breaths. Let's be a washing machine. Ready? We're gonna breathe in through our nose, and as we breathe in, we're gonna fill up with soap and water. And then as we breathe out of our mouths, we're gonna go on a spin cycle. You ready? Let's practice taking those 3 deep breaths. Here we go. Breathe it in and out. That's 1. Let's do our second one. Breathe it in and out. That's 2. Last breath, make it really big. Breathe it in and spin it. We did it. I can tell that my brain and my body are ready to learn and tackle my laundry. So here's my basket. Let's take a look at how many pieces of clothing I have to wash today. Oh, it's kind of heavy, friends, but take a look. Can you guess how many clothes I have inside? What do you think? 5? 15? 25? Put your thumbs up once you think you have a guess. All right, let's find out and see if you're right. Let's count out loud together and find out how many clothes are in my basket. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wow, there's 15 pieces of clothes. Did you guys guess right? Okay, friends, let's move my basket so we have plenty of room to sort. Here we go. I have a big jacket here. I have a sock. I have a shirt. I have another shirt. Another shirt. I have a pair of pants. Another pair of pants. Here's a shirt again. Here's a new type of clothing. Here's a dress. Oh, another sock. Another sock. What is it, friends? You're right, another shirt. Pair of pants. Here's a shirt. And another shirt. Okay, so now we have sorted all of my clothes into the different kinds. I know exactly what type of clothes I am going to be washing today. But usually, when I do my laundry, I need to sort my clothes by color too. That way, I can keep my light clothes separate from my dark clothes and keep the colors separate too. So, do you guys think you can help me sort my clothes again? But this time, we're going to sort by color. So let's take a look at these piles. What are some of the colors that you see? You see some black. What else? Some white. What else do you notice? Blue. Some pink. What else? Red too. Nice looking. Okay, so we have lots of different colors that we need to sort by. Are you guys ready? Let's pick one color to start with. How about we start with black first? Ready? Let's see, where are all the black clothes? Here we go. There's my black pile. What color do you think we should do next? White? All right, let's try it. Here we go. We did it. What next? Pink? Okay. I think we're good. What color now? You want to try blue? All right, let's do it. Here we go. There's blue. And what's the color that's left, friends? Red. That's right. Wow, we did it. We put all of my clothes in piles based on color. Now, do you guys remember? Which color did I have the most of? Yeah, we had the most black and we also had a lot of blue too. So, bonus question, friends. Which color did I have the least of? Good for you! Red! There was only one red shirt in my whole pile of laundry. Way to go, guys. I feel so much better. We counted out my clothes, so I know exactly how much I have to wash. I know the different types of clothes I am washing, and we even sorted the different clothes by color so that I can keep the light colors together when I put them into the washing machine. I'll make sure not to mix my light colors with my dark colors now. Thanks, friends. That was so helpful. I can't wait to get this load of laundry started right away. We just did some laundry together, and you know what? We worked on so many math skills. Counting, sorting, comparing. Who knew you could learn so much by doing the wash? I hope you had as much fun as I did today. I challenge you to help with the laundry at your home. See if you can count the clothes and sort them by type and color. Which item or color are you washing the most of in that load? Or the least? Can you figure out another way to sort your clothes? I can't wait to hear all about it. Until next time, stay curious and creative, learners, and remember, every day is a chance to learn something new. Bye-bye now. I wish you well on your next learning adventure, and I'll see you soon.
Making learning fun. Homeschool, fun for everyone.
You will like what you see here on DETV Kids.
The Twin Poets.
Homework for breakfast.
Every day, Chris would say,
Homework is what I dread. I'd rather go outside and play instead. Read this.
this, and this.
That's all my teachers say day after day.
Sometimes I think that only the kids who like homework
Can grow up to be
become
teachers.
How else can you explain
Their smiles as they give us homework in piles and piles and piles. Reading, English, science, and spelling. Sometimes I feel like yelling.
Just 3 more pages to read, so I skimmed through it real fast.
The end.
Finally, I'm done at last. Oh, rats.
I forgot about math. What's 5 times 5? Maybe it's 49. This math stuff is such a waste of time.
Especially when
Going outside is all that's on my mind. I guess the answer's for each and every one. Finally, I am done.
Saying to myself,
who cares?
As I dart for the stairs and give a shout,
Mom!
Finish my homework.
Can I please go out? Mom says yes.
I run outside
and have a ton of fun.
I came back in and I washed up for supper.
And after dinner was done,
I was so tired that all I really wanted to do was just
watch a little TV and then head to bed.
But wouldn't you know it, that's when my father said,
Hey Chris, bring down your homework so I can check it.
It took me so long to correct all of my mistakes.
That now it's time for breakfast. I got a bad taste in my mouth and I can't get it out. You see, this morning I had my homework for breakfast.
Newcastle County government.
Hey, welcome to the Chef Dana Show, everybody. I'm your host, Chef Dana Herbert, and we got a special show for you today. We have not done this before. We are doing beverages. So we're going to make all kinds of wonderful spritzers. I'm going to jump right into it because we're going to do 3 different kinds today, all right? First one, in this pot right here, that's bubbling. I have in here just a can of peaches, like one of those big cans of peaches. I put into the pot. I started boiling it. To that, we're going to add some sugar, right? That's part of our drink base. And we're going to add a sprig of rosemary. This was originally one whole sprig. I cut it in half. But we're going to throw that in the pot. We're going to bring that to a simmer. You can see, because I put the sugar in there, it calmed down the bubbling. You can see the peaches, the rosemary, and the sugar hanging out there. So that's going to be our first beverage. If you want to throw a couple sprigs of rosemary in your rosemary and peach lemonade at the end, you can. So you can save a little sprig of rosemary there, right? And we got our lemons, which we'll save for a little bit later. Next one. This one was one that everybody was screaming for. This is my basil and lime spritzer. So for this one here, I'm gonna do a little bit of sugar in the pot. I'm gonna add a nice healthy cupful of basil. All right, basil going in that pot. Nice healthy cupful of basil. The lime juice I like to put in at the end. I think it's fresher that way versus cooking it and so forth. So I'm gonna save the lime juice for later. So that's our second blend that we have going on. The third one Woo, now this one's a killer. I recently discovered that this was phenomenal. And I want to share this one with you guys. We're going to do a blackberry and sage spritzer. All right. So I know you're like, wow, chef, you hooking it up on the drinks today. But with, you know, spring and summer and all that coming, I'm like, why not? So into a pot, we're going to put our cup worth of sage. Okay. And then we're going to put in here our sugar. So as you can tell, we're making drink syrups today, right? These are the basis for any great cocktail. So again, this one is peach and rosemary. Second one, we're doing a lime and basil, which is why I have my limes left over here. We're doing a lime and basil, all right? And then for the third one, we're doing a blackberry and sage spritzer. So all these basically will come to a simmer. We basically want the sugar to combine with the water. We're basically making simple syrups. Simple syrup is equal amounts of water and sugar. They boil, they come together. We just enhancing them by adding to it the different herbs and so forth. All right, so they're gonna bubble away. My peach one is doing lovely. I'm gonna honestly get the peach one off the heat and let it start to cool down a bit. It has the fresh rosemary in there. I only use one sprig. Rosemary is strong, right? So it doesn't take a whole lot for the rosemary to start to come out. Plus, we want to let this cool down a little bit and let it steep. The middle one there, the basil and lime one, I normally like to let the basil and the sugar go for a little bit, reduce just a little bit. I think it fortifies that lime flavor, the basil flavor in there even better. You'll notice that the syrup will actually look a little green when it comes out, all right? And then the same thing with the sage. The sage is one of those ones, you can see how it's already came to a simmer. It's already came to a boil on the sage one. I can get ready to turn the heat off. I don't need the syrup on the basil to really get like that tight. I just need the flavor to come out, okay? So this is the one here with the basil, with the sage. And even the sage one, because it is a green herb, it starts to take on a little bit of color. All right, so I'm gonna move that one off the heat. The only one that I'm gonna let go just a little while longer is going to be the basil one, because I want to get just a little bit tighter. All right, so the cool part about these spritzers is that the herbs in there have their own, I guess you could say, health benefits to them. The rosemary, and it's funny that I'm going to say this, the rosemary is a little more pungent than the other herbs, right? Except for sage. Sage got a little kick to it. But rosemary, you know, whatever you put rosemary in, you can tell right away, right? Well, rosemary is going to remind you that it's there. So one of its health benefits is that rosemary actually helps with brain function. Crazy, right? Helps with brain function. It's also known to help lower your cholesterol a little bit as well. So I love rosemary. When I started cooking, two distinct memories I have with rosemary. One was that we were using it in breads, and I love bread, which is probably why I own a bakery. We would make focaccia. I love the focaccia because it had the rosemary on there. But the second thing I learned about rosemary, and really a lot of these herbs, was I could use these herbs in a sweet capacity if I could close my eyes for just a second, right? If I could take this piece of rosemary, right? Close my eyes, smell it, and I could smell anything sweet about it, I could use it in a sweet capacity. So that's how I got into using herbs and so forth in some of my pastry dishes. With rosemary in particular, I throw it in caramel all the time. You throw a little sprig of rosemary in your caramel after you've done cooking it while it's still just a little warm, and it just kind of blossoms and creates something amazing. All right, so we're gonna let that one hang out for another second. The basil. Now, the basil is unique, also helps to lower the cholesterol a little bit. So that's one of the health benefits of basil. It helps to lower the, as you say, the bad cholesterol, right? Now, sage is its own little animal. Sage how do I explain this? Sage has about 160 different, what do they call them? Polyphenols, right? And so these help with, as it being a antioxidant in your body. So sage is really unique in that way. It's known to help women with menopause. It's known to help lower blood sugars. It also helps with brain function. Sage actually has a lot going on with it, all right? So that's why I love the sage so much. You find it a lot of times in sausage, you know, when they're making pork sausage and so forth. But that's why I love the sage the way I do. All right. So I'm going to start here with the peach mixture. So I'm going to take some peaches out of my pot. I've had my rosemary in there hanging out. It doesn't take long for rosemary to do its thing, right? It's been hanging in there. It's been steeping. It's a strong herb, right? So I'm going to take some of my peach mixture. I'm excited about this show because we are making some drinks and it's going to be amazing. But we want to take this peach mixture, right? I'm going to pull the peaches out first, put it into some water. I think I got about 2 cups in there. And we're just throwing those peaches in the pot. I mean, in our pitcher. Okay. Almost there. Come on. Try not to pull out too much rosemary. But we're about to put this thing in the, use the hand mixer on this. And we're going to blend this up. Okay. Now I know you're like, Chef, well, what about all the juices and the goodness that you got in the pot, right? Well, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull the rosemary sprigs out, right? And I'm going to pour the peach mixture right into my water and peaches. And if you get like a little needle or 2 in there, it's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt nobody. All right, so you see what I got going on right here, right? This is called Yum Yum. Then we're going to take this over here, and I'm going to blend this all together. And I mean, you can use your hand blender. You could use a food processor. You could use, what's some things nowadays? The Ninjas, the NutriBullets. All those are going to work well. But we want to make sure that this gets blended up real good. So it kind of looks almost like slightly like a peach nectar, right? Okay. All right. So we have that all blended up, right? Next move. Remember we had those lemons. Got those lemons. I got about 4 of them. 4 lemons. I'm going to cut those in half. Okay, cut these lemons right in half. Y'all gonna thank me after this show. You're gonna be like, Chef done showed me so many drinks right now. This is crazy. That's right. So when all this, you know, pandemic ends, we'll get back to entertaining. You'll have some good recipes, all right? So now I'm just gonna squeeze this juice in here. So it's about 4 lemons worth of juice, all right? Okay. Now the lemon pieces, I often save these. I put them right down the garbage disposal because they really do freshen up the garbage disposal. You know, at house, you put so much stuff down there. All right. Almost there. It's that old school lemonade. We're squeezing it in there. Okay. Now this one last half a lemon. This is just me. This is just Chef. Okay. I'm gonna take that half a lemon and I'm gonna slice it. And I'm gonna put it in my pitcher. A little garnish. Make it look fresh. Make it look nice. So just some lemon slices. And you could do wedges if you want, but I think the slices look better in the pitcher anyway. So I'm just slicing these up. Okay, remember we said we had the rosemary sprigs, right? We're gonna hold that too. We're gonna put them right here. I'm gonna grab some ice. Let me grab my ice. So we've got our juice in here. We've got our peach mixture. We got the lemon. Last two things. I'm gonna pour in the remaining water. Okay, bring it up a little bit. We're gonna put some ice in here. Get it chilling. And then we throw some lemon wedges on here. Okay, got my rosemary sprigs. And we got ourselves a party. All right, that's drink number one. Yeah, got that peach and rosemary lemonade. Okay, peach and rosemary lemonade right there. All right, drink number two is, let's play with the sage a little bit. All right, that sage drink. We got the syrup made over there, right? I'm going to quickly kind of, what's the word for it? Crush, muddle would be another word we could use. Let's see, let me find a good spoon. Crush, muddle, mangle, smash these blackberries a little bit so they can start to release some of their juices. So I'm purposely beating it up, purposely bruising them, so to speak. Okay? By me breaking the berry, we're going to allow some of that flavor to come out. This flavor we're just going to end up dumping right into the pitcher, but we want to break it up a little bit first. This is kind of what they're doing like when they're making mojitos, right? When they're making mojitos, they have the sugar in the bottom of the glass, they have the mint, and they're doing this, smashing it up. So that's what we're doing today. Same thing, smashing it up, beat them up, so they'll release their juices. I'm definitely a blackberry person. Okay, and you can see the more you beat it up, the juicier they get. So we're bruising the fruit. Okay, so that's step one, bruising the fruit, right? You can see it's gotten a little juicier. Next step, lemons. This is the workout show today because we're going to be squeezing a few more lemons again. So you can take your lemons, cut them in half. This is the workout show. Chef is working, but it's going to be delicious. Squeeze them juices in there. Okay? I'll squeeze some juices in there. Now, if you have some, what's the word for it? If you have some lemons that are tough to squeeze or not getting a lot of juice out of, one of the things you can do is you can put it in the microwave. Warm it up a little bit, excite those molecules in there. At the end of the day, we're trying to crush the cells so they release their juices. Okay, and that's the last one. All right. Wipe my board. So I'm gonna get a little spoon here and I'm just gonna pull a couple of those seeds out. Got my pitcher. Get a little spoon, pull out a few of those seeds. I see a couple seeds in here. I'm just gonna get rid of those since I see them. Okay, 2, 3. Now, if you had a chinois or some sort of strainer, you could use that. Okay. Oh, I see a couple. There we go. Okay, so we're going to take our mixture here. Look at that, it's another couple seeds. They show up. There they go. So if you see a seed, you can just pluck them out. So I'm going to pour my juice in here. Okay. Pour that juice in there. I'm just peeking to see if I got any more seeds. That's what I'm really doing. I'm telling on myself. That's what I'm doing. And I see a couple that I'm going to pull out. There they go. One there. There go one. There go one. I think I got them all. Oh, I was fibbing. I see one. Okay, here we go. Blackberries going in. It's another one. Are you kidding? All right. Okay, there we go. Blackberries going in. And I mean, if you find a seed, you know, it'll be like Mardi Gras. You're the winner. You found a little baby in there. In this case, a little seed, but not gonna hurt you. Okay, so there's our blackberries in there. Now, we got our blackberry. We got the, we have the, my mom's a school teacher. We have the blackberries. We have the lemon juice. I'm gonna pour in here a little bit of spritzer first. Uh-oh. Remember, when you open spritzers, tonic water, seltzer, club soda, twist it, put it back on, twist it, put it back on. Because every once in a while, you'll get a surprise. All right, here we go. I'm gonna pour in a little bit of this, right? Get it going. So I'm gonna go approximately a third of the way full. I got my syrup here. Got my syrup. I'll pour some of my syrup in there. Okay. And I'm gonna stop about right there. Here's the reason why I stop right there. I stop right here because now I can make a judgment call and I can say, you know what, do I want it to be sweeter, less sweet? So I'm gonna give it a little pour. And if you want it less sweet, then you just add a little bit more of this. If you want it more sweet, you add a little bit more of your syrup. Ooh, that is good. Oh my, let me tell you. Oh my word. Okay. The mix is like, I'm moving around, the mix is amazing. So I'm just gonna add a little bit of seltzer, right? I'm gonna add a little bit more syrup just to keep it balanced because it is like perfect. Perfect. Woo. Lord. Thank you for giving me this gift. Okay, look at that. You see all them blackberries moving around in there? Okay, that's drink number 2. Okay, look, we got number 1, and we got number 2 going on. I'm gonna move these around so we can get into number 3. That's number 1 and number 2. We have the peach lemonade, right? We got the blackberry and sage spritzer. Wow. Let's go for number 3. So number 3, I've had my my lime and basil concoction, right? So my lime and basil concoction is right here. I've basically created a syrup for these two, right? I've created a syrup. Now I want to basically take my syrup, and I need to put some lime juice in here. I have just a little bit of water, about 1 cup of water. I'm gonna use 1, 2, 3, about 6 limes. 1 cup of water, 6 limes. I got my syrup. Okay. Cut these open. And we're gonna squeeze the juice right into the water. Okay, so we're gonna squeeze all our lime juice into the water, right? And I mean, if you want to, you can just drop your limes in there if you want them to be visible in your pitcher at the end. All right, so I'm just squeezing my lime juice into the water. Just like this. And then I'm just dropping the limes in there, right? Okay. Lime's going in, squeezing into the water. Got 2 more pieces to go. And last 2. Okay, there's my lime juice in the water. Next step, I have my syrup, right, that's been reducing. I'm gonna take that syrup, put it into the water. Now, couple things, in putting it in the water, it's gonna cool it down so that when I introduce it to the pitcher, I'm not putting a super hot liquid into a glass pitcher with ice. That's probably not the best thing to do. So, therefore, I put it in some cool water, especially when I need to serve it like sooner than later. If you don't need to serve it sooner than later, you can leave your syrup on the stove. You could just let it cool down, so to speak, right? I'm just gonna stir this around with the water. Okay, I'm gonna slide over here to my fridge. I'm gonna grab one of my herbs here, some of my basil. Okay, got a nice new fresh pack of basil. I love basil, one of my favorite herbs. I like basil even in salads, just cutting the herbs up and just throwing it into your mixed greens. Well, it works wonderful in this spritzer also. So we're gonna put that right in there. Okay, that way people can actually see what they're drinking. All right. Next step, pour your mixture into your pitcher. All right, we'll let those limes fall right in there. Again, people can see what they're drinking. Okay. Next, let's take some lemon lime soda. And we're going to add that to our little buddy here. Okay. Oh, that looks about perfect. And then we're just going to stir it up. Okay. And the reason that we want to stir it up one more time is because how should I say this? The water and syrup mixture will tend to be a little heavier than the soda that you put in there at the very beginning. So we just want to stir it up so it becomes one nice little mixture. All right. And so there we go, guys. We have the basil and lime spritzer. We've got our nice little blackberry and sage spritzer. And we have some peach lemonade. All right. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me on the Chef Dana Show. Next week, we'll be back with some more amazing recipes. I'm Chef Dana, and I will see you guys next time.
Happy 4th of July and welcome to Health and Self. My name is Ashley Thayer. Today I have Veronica here with me, and to celebrate our Independence Day, we are going to make red, white, and blue cupcakes. How fun, how exciting is that?
Uh-huh.
And you know what else we need to make?
What?
What goes on top of cupcakes?
Icing.
Icing. We are going to make a cream cheese icing to go on top. Veronica?
Yes.
It's summer. We've got our oven on, so it's hot in here.
Mm-hmm.
We do have our oven preheating to 400 degrees. This oven's a little different, but you can do 375 to 400, but you know your oven at home. So I think we need to get started with our ingredients. Let's tell our friends at home what they need. Okay, so you're going to need all-purpose flour. I have about 2.5 cups worth of all-purpose flour. You need about 2 teaspoons of baking powder, not baking soda. About 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Now, this is what we like to call, these are like our dry ingredients. They look kind of dry. And these are our wet ingredients. Even though sugar is technically dry, we combine it with our wet ingredients because we want it to start to break down. So with that, we have about 2 cups of cane sugar, about a teaspoon and a half of vanilla extract, 3 eggs, and these are brought up to room temperature. When you're baking, Veronica, you want to make sure that like your liquids, your butter, which we have 3/4 cup of butter here, you want to make sure they come up to room temperature because they're easier to bake with and they're easier to mix. And then we have about 1.25 cups of oat milk. And because they are red, white, and blue cupcakes, this is my kind of like traditional yellow cake recipe, but we're going to separate it and make some of it blue and make some of it red.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
That would be awesome.
Awesome. All right, well, let's get started first. We need to mix our dry ingredients and then we need to mix our wet ingredients. Okay?
Okay.
Let's get you a little whisk. Now, you're going to do this very carefully. Try not to make a mess. All right, so you're just going to kind of mix together. See, I'm just kind of moving my whisk around. I'm going to add in our baking powder. And then our salt. Okay. So what you want to do is just kind of just start to move your whisk around. You don't need to stir it, but just very lightly, okay? And to get these all incorporated. While you are doing that, I'm going to grab one big mixing bowl. We have two that we will need, but we are going to cream together first. Oh, you're making a little mess. It's okay. Our butter, and this is up to room temperature. If you're trying to figure out, like, well, how do I know it's at room temperature, Ashley? When you take it out of your fridge, let it sit out for at least 30 minutes or more. So first we're going to cream together our butter and our sugar. If you have a fancy dancy kind of like stand mixer, you could use that. I personally like to keep it old school the way Ruthie used to. My grandmother, she always used a hand mixer. Well, she used to use her hand before hand mixers came around. All right, so see, we're going to start to break down our butter. And this is called creaming your butter and your sugar. You're incorporated now. You want to try to do this some?
Yeah.
Okay. Slide this up. Good job. Yeah, move it around. Get all the big chunks.
Let's get that one.
Okay. All right, so now I'm going to add in our vanilla. Okay. Now, when I was a little kid, Veronica, and I used to bake cakes with my Nana Hazard. So Nana, if she was alive today, she would be 107. But I used to sneak behind her and stick my finger in the butter and sugar mixture with the vanilla. It was so good. Now, when we crack eggs, here's a tip. If you like a lot of shells with your eggs, put them in a bowl first. So you're going to crack them separately in a bowl, and then actually when we go to incorporate, we're going to incorporate them one at a time. But the reason why you do this is that way then you can get any shells out before they get into your cupcake batter.
Can I have a taste of this?
I mean, you can't go wrong. It's just butter and sugar and a little bit of vanilla. How's that taste? Yeah, right? Now you see why I used to go behind Nana Hazard and pull a little Ruthie and stick my hand in there. It's yummy. It's very sweet too. Okay, so would you like to do the eggs or would you like to hold the mixer?
The eggs.
Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to pour one in at a time. So your goal is to try to get one of the yellow circles, that's the yolk, in at a time. There you go. Go ahead. Don't be afraid. Pour. There you go. Good job. All right, let's mix in this one. Hit me with two.
Okay, put in two.
Yep, just go ahead. There you go. All right. Good job. You can put that in the sink.
There we go.
So you see it's starting to get light and fluffy. Now you're going to add the oat milk. We'll turn down our power.
I put it in the sink.
Yes, please. Okay, so now, Veronica, we're going to start to add our dry ingredients, just a little bit at a time because we don't want to be in a flour bath.
A flour bath.
Flour bath is when you go to turn this on and all the flour goes whoosh up in your face. Like that. Veronica, do you like cupcakes?
Yes.
What's your favorite sweet treat?
Cupcakes.
Cupcakes are your favorite?
Yeah.
All right, here, you hold this.
Can I do that?
Yep, hold on, let mommy get a little bit of this in here. All right, look at, it's like snowing. It's like it's snowing in here.
Can I have a taste of it?
It's just flour, it doesn't taste good.
Can I have a taste?
No. All right, look at our batter. You see? Look how easily that is all incorporated. Could you imagine when Nana Hazard used to do this? She used to do this by hand. And then she got to hand mixer. And then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, one Christmas we got a stand mixer, like one of the fancy ones, like we have down here in the cabinet. Like this. This is a stand mixer. See? We have this. And one Christmas we got this for Nana. And guess what?
What?
She never used it.
Why?
She never used it. Because she just liked to use what she knew. Okay, so our batter's good. Would you like to eat these?
Yes.
So, you know, you shouldn't really let kids eat raw egg, but it's hard not to. When you're making cupcakes, it's so hard not to. Woo, look at the snow. How fun is that? Okay, now we need to make these red, white, and blue. Right now, this is basically just white, right? How we do that, you are dropping batter all over the place. We're gonna roughly break this into thirds, and we're gonna keep some in here, keep some in here, and put some in here. All right, so put about a third in there. Come over here and put about another third. Okay, and then we'll leave some in the mixing bowl. Oh, yummy. Good? Okay. Now for food coloring. Red, white, and blue. I have classic blue and red. I mean, essentially, you're going to roughly put, I'll add a little bit more to the red. About the whole, not the whole tube, but about half of it. Is it good? Yeah. I like your little cat ears.
Thank you.
Oop. Do you know, so this shirt Mommy has on, there was this really cool thing back in the 80s to kind of help spread unity amongst everyone, you know, because everybody's different. And it was called Hands Across America. And when I was a little kid, it was back in 1986. Do you know how old I was in 1986?
No.
I was 5. And this was my t-shirt when I was 5 years old. So I was younger than you when this happened. And this was my t-shirt. This was actually my real t-shirt. Add a little bit more red.
Should I put this in the sink?
Yes, please.
Because I still got one more to
Okay,
eat.
so I added the red food coloring and start to mix it right in. Now we're looking a little pink, so I'm going to add a little bit more. These are called red, white, and blue cupcakes, not pink, white, and blue. Right? Right.
It looks like jelly.
It does kind of look like jelly. These were gel food colors. They have liquid food colors too. This is just what the store had. So, oh, that looks more red. Oh yeah, look at that. Doesn't that look cool?
I'm really liking this.
You're really liking that, I can see. Let's do the blue. Now the blue you can make as light or as dark as you'd like. Ooh, doesn't that look like ocean waves? You know who would probably like that?
Who?
Mia. Because it's kind of tie-dye. Yeah. Mia also likes cupcakes. But Mia likes chocolate cupcakes, doesn't she? Do you like chocolate or vanilla cupcakes? Or
Both.
red velvet?
I like both.
You like both? You got cupcake on your face. What's Mommy's favorite cupcake?
Vanilla or red velvet.
Red velvet is really my favorite. Do you want to make these blue or is this a good blue?
That's a good blue.
I think so too. All right, so on that note, let's put our food colorings back here. Now, my dear, I need for you to do some work. Okay, can we put that down? Can we put that down for a second, please? Thank you very much. All right, Oh yeah, let's. You got cupcake on your face. Okay, I need for you to take the liners and line the cupcake tray, please. There you go. And while you're doing that, I'm going to come in and we're just going to go in color order, red, white, and blue. So I'm going to put some red, about a spoonful of red. You want to fill these so they're about a third of the way full, depending on how big you like your cupcakes.
Is this 2 of these? No.
No, it looks like 1. I'll help you with some. Look, I got cupcake on my hand. I got cupcake batter.
Now this is 2.
That's 2. All right, so while you're doing that, I'm going to keep putting some red. And we're just going to layer this in, red, white, and blue. The cool thing is that when they bake, they will bake in the layers as opposed to combining and like smushing all together. Red. Red.
Red.
Red.
Red. Red.
Yep. These are going to be some big cupcakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mommy put a lot in here. All right, last one. And if you want to be a little bit more precise, you could use an actual, like, you know, real measuring tool if you wanted to. You want to eat that with the food coloring? Hold on, let me take some from, I got some big ones over here. Let me steal some and put it in that one. So that one can actually truly be red, white, and blue. Okay. You're going to be so sick of cupcake batter. All right, now for the white. I have a spoon to make it easier.
Can I hear a joke?
Oh, I'd love to hear a joke. You know, Mommy loves jokes. We don't have dad jokes in our house. What do we have? Mom jokes.
Uh-huh.
'Cause I love jokes. All right, tell me a joke.
Why did the cupcake cross the road?
I don't know. Why did the cupcake cross the road?
To get in the icing pool.
To get in the icing pool. You know, let me tell you something. When we make our cream cheese icing, Mommy could probably go swimming in it. It tastes so good.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like I'm going swimming.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's July. You guys are actually, you know, you're doing your summer swim team with your gymnastics, which is fun. How's gymnastics going?
Good.
Good? Yeah, you love gymnastics. Now, you and Zoe both do gymnastics. What's different about your gymnastics compared to Zoe's gymnastics?
That I don't like do cool stuff as her.
You do cool stuff, but Zoe's is with a partner. You are by yourself on the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's really cool.
And I have 4 events, and she only has 1.
Correct. That is also a big... we'll make some more cupcakes with this a little later since there's extra vanilla left. Now to top it with the blue.
Done.
Easy peasy. You are done. Okay. Red, white, and blue. These are really fun. And then our icing is actually going to be white as well. So then, you know what else Mommy got?
What?
To go on top?
What? Sprinkles!
Yep, red, white, and blue sprinkles. Perfect for the holiday. Sometimes I know when we think about making cupcakes for special occasions or for our kids, for like bake sales or anything like that, sometimes we can quickly reach for the box mix because out of convenience. But you can see just as easily, as long as you have the ingredients you need, it's not really much more challenging to make it from scratch. Okay.
Can I make that?
Goodness gracious. Girl. Go ahead. All right, I'm gonna throw these in the oven. They take about, I'd say about 12 minutes to cook. You wanna make sure they are cooked through. We'll do the toothpick check. Could you imagine if we put toothpaste in these?
Yeah.
What would it taste like?
Toothpaste cupcakes.
Like minty fresh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so now we need to make some icing. We need another bowl. Let's put our cupcake liners over to the side. I've got cupcake all over my hands.
I can see some of the food coloring.
Oh, you can? Oh, yeah, you can. All right, so in our icing, we need, this is about, read my measurements right, about 1/3 cup of butter. And again, this is brought up to room temperature. This is unsalted. Then we need 1 pack of cream cheese. This is like low-fat cream cheese. I mean, since we're using butter, we're gonna pretend like this is a healthier version of.
Well, I turned into a cupcake.
No, but your face is turning blue, so you almost look like a Smurf. Or Violet Beauregard. What was that? What was her name, right? On Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, she turned into a blueberry.
Oh yeah, Violet.
Veronica Violet. Violet Veronica.
Well, her name was probably Victoria.
I think it was Veronica. Wait, Violet. No, I think it was Violet. It was Violet. Okay, you stand there. I forgot I needed the other part to my beater. The whisk part. All right, so now.
Do I need to wipe my face?
Yes, Smurfy.
I'm not a Smurf.
Here, put this in the trash, please. Thank you. Okay, so we have 1 stick of cream cheese softened and about, what did I say, 1/3 cup of butter softened. We're going to whisk that together with my whisk attachment.
Can I help?
Yep. And now I'm going to start to add in our powdered sugar. You going to add that in and I whisk? Okay, go ahead. Woo. Powdered sugar snowstorm.
Yay!
In July.
That's funny.
I think you got it all in, bud.
Like a snowman.
Oh, we both do. Good thing we didn't wear like black t-shirts today. I mean, it's 4th of July, so we had to wear red, white, and blue. But could you imagine? Look at all this fun. All the flour, all the powdered sugar. We made a mess. But you know what? Cooking isn't fun unless you make a mess. Well, Veronica, our icing's finished. Do you want to try it?
Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. And because of the magic of television, I already baked some ahead of time. How's that taste? Does it taste like good cream cheese icing? Is it yummy?
Yeah, I still can taste the cream cheese.
Well, it's cream cheese icing.
Oh.
You're supposed to taste the cream cheese, silly badilly. Let's use little spoons to decorate. So you could take your icing, if you would like, and put it into a Ziploc baggie, which is really cool. So when these come out, I want to show our friends at home. So you can kind of see the red, the white, and the blue on top. How cool is that? Yep. So our ones that are in the oven will bake up, and they will look like this. They will be red, white, and blue. And I used a white cupcake liner, so that way then you can really see the colors through it. Girl, you have a whole cupcake in your belly now. You've eaten the batter, you've eaten the icing. You just gonna eat some sprinkles too? Oh, let me grab the sprinkles.
Okay.
You're gonna eat those too? Mm-hmm. Okay, so with your icing though, if you wanted to, you could put it in a plastic Ziploc baggie, cut off the bottom. If you really wanna get fancy, like my mentor, Chef Dana, he puts his in a pastry bag, but I'm a mom. All right, you wanna do this?
Yeah.
All right, so you spread it out. I've got a spoon, don't lick your spoon. Do you need a little bit more?
Yeah.
You can stick it in here. I'll bring this down here. You can get some more. And I'm gonna bring this up here. There we go. Make them rustic and fun. What's your favorite part of the cupcake? The cake or the icing?
Icing.
The icing?
Yeah, because I like to lick it off first.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think the icing is my favorite too. Now, you know, when it was Mommy's birthday episode, yeah, I didn't make cupcakes, but I did make muffins. And you know what I put inside my muffins?
What?
A candle. And then I sang happy birthday to myself because you guys were all at swim practice.
I was not at swim practice.
You were, or were you at gymnastics?
Gymnastics.
Oh, well, that's where you were.
I do swim in the summer.
Yeah, we are in the summer. It's 4th of July, remember?
Yeah.
July's the summer. All right. That's a lot of icing. You know, we need these for the other cupcakes too that are in the oven. Okay, so now I think
Trying to make this one extra icy.
ooh. You know who doesn't like icing though in our family?
Jordan.
Yeah, she always takes the icing off. Isn't that crazy?
And gives it to me.
And she does give it to you, but the thing is that with cream cheese icing, why take it off? All right, so mine are done. I did 3 while you did the 1. God, that is a lot of icing on there, girlfriend.
Now it looks like a circus.
It does look like a circus tent. All right, so you gonna put it on the plate?
Yeah. And this one's going to be looking fancy.
It is very fancy. It's very fancy. We should have been very, very fancy and put this in a Ziploc bag, and then we could have like piped it over. That would have been really fancy.
Oh.
As well. Ooh, yes, very fancy. Okay, so like before we do that, let me take a peek at the ones that we have in the oven, so that way our friends at home can see how they bake and how they start to rise. But these still need a couple more minutes. I can tell that they're not done, but look at that. Look how cool they look. Don't they look like tie-dye?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, so those are almost done. We're gonna let those keep baking. All right. Sprinkle time.
Yay.
So we have red, white, and blue sprinkles. Perfect for the holiday. Perfect for any day. All right, I'm just gonna sprinkle some on top. Now, when you do sprinkles and after you ice your cupcakes, you wanna do it while the icing is still essentially wet, because that's how the sprinkles stay and you don't get sprinkles all over your floor or all over your kitchen. Ooh. Are you excited to see fireworks tonight?
Yeah.
Me too.
I'm putting extra some on.
They look like fireworks, don't they?
Yeah, and this one actually looks like a smiley face because it has 3 eyeballs.
Oh, it does. You're right. Let's see. Let's see if we can spin it around so our friends at home can see that one sprinkle that goes like that and looks like a smiley face, and then it's got
3
the little
eyes.
eyeballs. How funny is that? And look at the red, white, and blue on the cupcake.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I think these have enough sprinkles, girlfriend. I think we're good to go. All right. We're going to try them. Do you need a plate?
Yes.
I mean, you have a whole cupcake in your belly right now. Do you want a plate?
Yes.
Or are you just going to eat it straight? I'll get you a plate. Do you need a fork? Are you that dainty that you eat your cupcakes with a fork? Do you? Are you fancy? Do you want your fancy? Oh, I don't. Yeah. Why was I going to give you the one without all of this icing on it? All right. So first, but let's show the inside.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to use this plate. Okay. So let's see here.
Ooh.
Peel our paper. And look at that. You've got a red, white, and blue cupcake, all from a yellow cupcake mix. Are you eating the sprinkles already?
Yeah, because they're falling off.
Yeah. Oh, how cool is that? Look, isn't that awesome?
Yeah. Can we start eating them?
You can go ahead and eat your cupcake. You just eating the icing first?
Yeah.
Okay, eating a cupcake is not dainty, so let's just enjoy the process.
Mmm. Very crunchy right here.
Mm-hmm. The cake is perfect. It's moist, crumbly, which is what you want, airy. The icing is the perfect blend of like sweetness and cream cheese. And the yellow cake batter is not too sweet, which I think is really how this cupcake recipe really shines. You got cupcake all over your face. Do I have icing on my face? I feel like I do. Well, we're gonna keep eating. These are good. The cool thing is, we made them for 4th of July, but you could do this with any color. If you want to make it for Easter, you could do pink and yellow. Christmas, red and green. What other holidays? You can make them orange for Halloween.
Orange or black.
Mm-hmm.
Or both.
I don't know what black food coloring would look like though.
Maybe like a purplish green.
That's interesting. Well, we wish you a happy, fun, healthy, and of course, safe 4th of July. Enjoy your Independence Day. Celebrate our freedom, celebrate our great country. And there you go. So for more recipes like this, especially this red, white, and blue cupcake recipe, you can certainly find it on selfsoulspace.com. And we will see you right back here next week on DETV. Veronica, say goodbye to the people.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Happy 4th of July.
This program is sponsored by Newcastle County Government.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Chef Dana Show. Today I have something deliciously down home for you guys. We are doing a Cajun butter cod, we're doing a barbecue collard greens, and we're doing a sweet potato mash. This is going to be amazing. So first thing we're going to jump right into is let's get these sweet potatoes going. You're just going to need to peel them and cut up some of the pieces here so that they cook a little faster in our water, right? Just rough chop them, because we're going to end up mashing them anyway, right? But we don't want the pieces to be so big that it takes forever to cook. Okay? We're going to add a little pinch of salt to the water, just like this. And then we're going to put in our sweet potato pieces. Now it's funny, when I was growing up, I did not like sweet potatoes, but now I love them. It's funny how your taste buds change. So we're going to get our sweet potatoes in the water. Get them going, okay? Next thing that we're gonna get going is we're gonna get going on the greens, right? So for the greens, right over here, I've got a few ingredients. I got a little piece of ham hock there. You could always use smoked turkey if you don't want the pork. We have a little bit of pinch of vinegar, a little bit of cumin, garlic, the onions, the salt, a little bit of stock. So the first thing that we have to get going is we gotta put a little oil in the pan, right? And we gotta get our onions cooking. Let's get those onions going. Develop a little flavor. So in they'll go. We hear that beautiful sizzle. Break up them pieces in there. So everybody's getting a nice amount of surface area, a little heat going. Okay? I'm gonna season my onions with a little bit of salt and pepper. just like this. All right, a little pepper, gotta have the pepper. As my wife would say, gotta have the pepper. Give them a little stir. We just want to basically get them cooked, get them translucent so they release some of their flavor in these oils and everything. To this, we're gonna add a little bit of garlic, right? A little bit of garlic, a couple cloves in there. Get that going. Okay. Once they have sauteed, then we'll be able to add the ham hock, we'll add the collard greens, we'll add the water, we'll add the stock, and we'll let them simmer just a little bit. While that's cooking, let's look at the butter sauce for the cod, right? And this cod is a pretty simple dish, but I'm gonna throw my butter in the pan, let that start melting, add a little bit of oil, right? The oil actually helps the butter not burn when it goes to high temperature. So we just got a little butter and oil blend, okay? I'm gonna add in here some of that Cajun seasoning. I don't know if you remember, but last season my friend Tiffany was on here and her Cajun seasoning is the bomb.com. So we're gonna use a little bit of that today. Okay, and we're just gonna melt our butter. I'm gonna take a lemon, cut that in half, give that a little squeeze. You my main squeeze. Okay, we're gonna put that right in there. So we're really just making a nice Cajun butter sauce to go on top of our cod. I'm just stirring that up so that the butter melts. Now meanwhile, let's get our dish here. We're gonna put some cod right in here. We'll put some cod right in here, okay? Now we wanna spray the bottom of our pan just to help keep it from sticking. I'm cooking 2 of these because I know I'm gonna be hungry. I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna be hungry. We're gonna bake this at about 425. Okay, we got our fish, we got our dishes oiled, right? But we need to cut some lemon slices. Let's cut some lemon slices to put in the bottom of our dish. Okay, just nice and thin on the lemon slices. And they're just gonna go right in the bottom of the dish. Now that pan coating is gonna basically keep these lemons from burning up, because we're gonna set the cod right on top, all right? I'll put that right in the bottom. Cut up another lemon for the other one. So not too thick, because we wanna basically be able to take one of the lemons, go all the way across, or cover the bottom for the most part. Okay, so there's the second one. Okay, now let's get the cod. Put that right on top of the lemon pieces here. See if we can fit them all in there. Big Daddy. There we go. Scoot him over a bit. There we go. So we got all our cod in here. Next step, once we've got this in here, we've got our Cajun butter sauce rocking and rolling. Oh yeah. Onions are cooking beautifully with the garlic. Let's get some of our sauce on here. So I'm just gonna brush this sauce all over top. I'm gonna pour some on there too. Don't you think I'm not? But I wanna get some flavor on the top of this fish, so while she's cooking, she's getting some love. gotta love on your food. You know how Chef Dana do it. Gotta love it. Put that love in the pan. Okay. I'm just gonna brush it nice, healthy amount right on top. And you can always take the sauce when you're done. You know what's in the bottom of the dish. Pour it on the fish later. I wanna make sure it's coated real nice. And I'm just gonna pour some across. Pour some across. And then we're gonna go right to the oven after I add a pinch of salt and pepper. There's a little bit of salt for each one. And a little bit of pepper. Okay. And then we're gonna go right to the oven. I'm just gonna use my pan here. So we're gonna go right to the oven, 425 degrees, okay? So it'll probably take a good 15 minutes or so. Now I'm checking on my onions and my garlic. Onions and garlic are looking great, okay? They're getting translucent. To this, it's time to add that ham hock. Put that ham hock in there, all right? Then it's time to add the liquid, which we have the pork stock. We got the water. All right, we're gonna add the cumin. A little touch of cumin to the greens. In Spanish cooking, when they say you want to put your foot in there, that's that cumin. That's that cumin. Nothing like it. All right, so we got that in there. Next thing, we're going to add a little bit of salt. Okay, we're going to add the little pinch of vinegar, not much, about a tablespoon or so. Then we're going to add the greens. We're going to throw a lid on there. Okay. We're going to let them rock and roll. All right. So that's our greens going. You see, I haven't added the barbecue sauce yet. I'm going to wait just a little bit on the barbecue sauce, all right? And we'll put the barbecue sauce in closer to the end. All right, so we're looking good. We got the greens with the lid on it. We started off the sweet potatoes. We got our Cajun butter, garlic, cod in the oven. That's gonna take about 15 minutes, okay? Let's look at some of the ingredients we're gonna need now for those mashed sweet potatoes. So for the mashed sweet potatoes, we have the heavy cream, all right? We have some brown sugar. That's gonna give us a little bit of sweetness. We have a pinch of nutmeg. I love nutmeg. Nutmeg's one of those spices, flavor goes a long way. You only need a little bit. A little cinnamon, vanilla, and some lemon. I got my salt here and my pepper on standby. Let's get our pepper ready to go. Okay, you are gonna need your colander. Let me say that. You are going to need a colander or a strainer, which I got sit right back here. All right, let me get a fork because I want to see just how tender my sweet potatoes are getting already. Wow, that didn't take long at all. I'm using that GE Power Boil. Okay, look at that. Not bad, not bad. It's rocking and rolling. All right, let me get my mixer out. Okay. Get prepared here. Okay. They're coming along pretty good. I'm gonna strain them here in just a second. I'm actually gonna switch burners because I know my middle one is my strongest one. The cool thing about these flat tops here, I don't know if you guys have them at home, but on these GE flat tops, the center burner is your power boil. So if you really want something to boil out of control, and let me not say out of control, but boil aggressively, we use the middle one. That's your power boil station. Yep, my potatoes are looking, that's crazy. About 10 minutes and they're already tender. I'm just double checking them, making sure the big pieces in here are good to go, and my fork's sliding right through there. I'm amazed right now, I'm not gonna lie. Look at that, 10 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna get ready to strain my sweet potatoes here, and we're gonna do that sweet potato mash. All right, here we go. I'm gonna just strain this real quick. Now, if you don't have a mixer, like I'm gonna do it in today, you could always use your, like a potato masher and mash them that way also. And just do it by hand. Okay. All right, here we go. So here's my sweet potatoes in the bowl. Get this attachment on. All right, I'm gonna start slow because they were wet and I don't want them hopefully flying out the bowl on me. Like that, you saw it, right? Like that one piece flew out the bowl on me. That was funny. Just what I said I didn't want it to do, it's doing. So right now, while they're still warm, I'm just mashing up those sweet potatoes. You see how they're getting all mashed up? That's crazy. I'm telling you, it was only 10 minutes. I'm just scraping down the sides, making sure everybody's getting the equal amount of love. I haven't put anything in there yet. Okay. And I don't want to overbeat them. They're looking good. Okay, next move. Let's put in the brown sugar. Get that mixed in there. Okay. Anytime you add sweetness, you do want to balance it out a bit, so we're gonna have a little pinch of salt right now. I'm gonna turn it on, I'm gonna mix it up so that the sugars melt in the sweet potato. If I wait too long, it takes longer for the sugars to melt, especially if you were to add something like a cold heavy cream to there. So I put the sugars in here to get that mixed in along with the salt. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of pepper. And then I'm gonna add in my vanilla. I'm gonna add in the cinnamon. These are like my favorite spices in baking. Cinnamon and nutmeg, they go a long way. And I got love for all the other stuff like ginger and cardamom and so forth, but something about cinnamon and nutmeg, they make me all warm and fuzzy. Okay. Now I'm gonna squeeze in, let me get some of my seeds out of here. One thing when you squeeze the lemon juice in here, make sure you take the seeds out. Nobody wants to find the magical seed in their sweet potato mash, all right? So I'm just checking my lemons. Pop those seeds out when you see them. Normally you'd say when you're doing other citrus fruits, say like the lime, its cousin, you don't have to deal with quite as many seeds, but the lemon is very seedy. So I'm just double checking here. If you want to, you can even say use your dish that you use for one of your spices and squeeze your juice in there, because sometimes you'll even get a surprise. And I don't know if you can see that, but if you see in my dish right there, you'll see that there's still a number of seeds going on. Even after you saw me pluck them out, you still end up with some more seeds in there. So I'm just gonna grab a spoon, pull those couple out. Okay, because again, we do not want the seeds in our sweet potato mash. All right. Now the lemon juice in here, it actually keeps you from using so much salt. So I'm gonna pour about half the juice in there, and then I'll taste it. And I'll determine if I needed the other half. Okay, lemon juice is in. Let's add the heavy cream. This is gonna make them smooth. Nice and creamy. Nice and creamy, baby. And as with any time, whenever we're using the mixer, we're gonna stop it, scrape down the sides, turn it back on. We wanna make sure we're getting everything off the sides here. I'm lucky because my scraper has a pretty good little rubber piece on there, or the paddle, should I say, of my mixer has this little rubber piece on there, so it actually comes around and gets the sides pretty good. But we still wanna make sure everybody's at the party. All the spices, all the goodies, and so forth. Okay. Let's give it a quick mix. And now I'm gonna taste it. Never trust a chef that doesn't taste his own goodies. Well, that's pretty good. I must say so myself. It's funny, I catch that little hint of lemon in there. I don't think I need any more lemon juice, so I'm gonna let that hang out. Okay, that's our sweet potato mash. I'm gonna check on my greens real quick. All right, they are bubbling away. All right, I wanted to let the stock start to do its thing. Now this is the quick version of collard greens. If I was at grandmom's gonna do it. It's gonna be that 4-hour collard greens. But we're gonna keep the top on here and let it bubble away. The greens take about 15, at least 20 minutes to start to get tender. What I wanna do is pull the flavor out of this ham hock, which is why I'm keeping the lid on here for the most part, okay? Get that flavor to start coming out. Now that the greens are going, now I'm gonna add the barbecue sauce to this. Okay, we're gonna stir that in there with that barbecue sauce, right? And it's just gonna give it a little bit of extra sweetness, a little bit of a smoky flavor and so forth. I'm gonna grab a spoon because I wanna taste the broth that it's sitting in. And if you want a little bit more barbecue flavor, then hey, you add a little bit more barbecue to yours. That's pretty good. But I'm gonna grab a little more barbecue sauce. All right, where am I at here? Here we go. That's pretty good. But I'm a barbecue dude. I want a little bit more sauce in there. All right, so I added about 2 more tablespoons of sauce to my greens. Or as we say to the, if you ever heard the phrase pot liquor. I remember I was cooking at a demo in North Carolina, and I'll never forget this. My grandmother, she's from Maryland, and this little old woman came up, and she's like, "How's that pot liquor?" I was like, I didn't have a drink today. I don't know what you're talking about. And she's like, "The pot liquor." And I'm like, "Pot liquor?" And she's like, "The pot liquor, the broth from the greens." I said, "Oh." I had to call my grandmother, true story, right after the session. "Grandma, you never told me about pot liquor." She said, "Oh, that's the water from the greens, baby. That's the water from the greens." All right, I'm gonna peek at my cod here. My cod's coming along well. I'm gonna give it another 5 minutes or so, but I can see the juices in there. The fish is starting to turn opaque. which is what we want. Let me get my sweet potato mash out of here. Let's get that to the bowl so we can get ready to eat. We're gonna get a bowl for some of our greens. And we're gonna need something for that cod. Let me get out a hot plate or a hot thingy real quick. There we go. Put that on when it comes out the oven. All right, so let's get our mash out. Scrape your paddle. If you have a glass bowl like me, do not hit your paddle on the sides of the bowl. I know for all those mixer users out there, that's our normal move, right? We come in there and we tap, 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 but not if you're using the glass bowl, all right? Don't do it. Okay, we're gonna get that to the bowl. Now today we're just doing a straight sweet potato mash. If you wanted to add something yummy to that and you want to do some other things to it, like when you're going out, you could do some bacon crumbles on top. You could do butter. You could even do a pinch of sour cream. That would work, right? But that's just simple sweet potato mash. Let's take a look at our greens here for a second. Man, that's smelling good. Told you 30 minutes or less. Look at these greens. Hold on, where's my spoon? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you, baby. Look at how the greens are already breaking down. See that? How they get nice and limp. Nice and limp. Let Daddy taste one of these greens. Mm-hmm. That is good. That is good. Okay. Let me get these barbecue greens up in this bowl. All right, here's our barbecue collard greens. And you could do this same thing with your turnip greens, or you could do them with, what's the word for it, with your kale. My mother, God bless her soul, she's gone now, but my mom was a kale fanatic. She grew up on the country. They had fresh bread every day, and they had all sorts of greens growing out in the field all the time. So one of her favorites was always the kale. Her number 2 was the collard greens. So whenever I have greens nowadays, I think about my mom all the time, because she would definitely be there, greens at almost every meal. Spinach, she grew all that stuff. All right, let's take a look at the fish. Take a look at our fish. Fish is looking pretty good. All right. I think it needs just another second. I'm gonna get my thermometer though, so I won't be fibbing. Now with this fish dish, today we're using cod. You can use pretty much most of the white fishes. You could also do salmon. Salmon is going to be amazing. You could also do like a tilapia. Tilapia would be pretty dope as well. All right. You could do snapper, but a lot of times with snapper, I like to do the blackened seasoning on the snapper. Okay. Fish is looking good. I'm gonna pull a piece of this out of here. All right, let me get a plate. I'm gonna pull my little pieces out. My little pieces are looking good. Okay. I'll give you guys a peek. This right here. Okay. Uh-oh. Daddy's breaking them. Wait a minute. Okay, here's another one. There we go. So here is our Cajun buttered cod. I'm gonna let my other big ones rock and roll a little bit longer. So we got our sweet potato mash right here. We got our barbecue collard greens, and we have our Cajun buttered cod. Simple, quick, easy. Amazingly, it's a 30-minute meal if you have everything prepped and all together, and you can throw it together. Something down home, something delicious. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It's been a pleasure. Tune in next time to the Chef Dana Show right here on DETV. Thanks a lot, guys.
This program is sponsored by Newcastle County Government.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Chef Dana Show, and do I have a treat for you guys today? We are making something delicious with my friend Jeanette from Bath Kitchen and Tile. Hi Jeanette, how are you?
Hi Chef Dana.
I am excited. When you told me what we were making today, my stomach was just like happy, happy, happy.
Great.
So today we're gonna be making, what is it? We're making salmon. What else?
Salmon. Crepes.
Ooh, salmon
crepes. With creamy dill sauce.
And I see we're going to be hooking up a salsa here.
And mango salsa.
Ooh, yes, yes. So I can't wait to get started on this one. So what is our first step in doing our salmon crepes with mango salsa? And you got something else there. You got a sauce, right? What sauce are we making again?
This is the creamy dill sauce.
Oh, okay.
We have our dill, sour cream, and lemon.
Okay. Okay. So what's the first thing we need to jump on?
We need to jump on the salmon.
We gotta get the salmon
we need to get that in the oven.
Okay.
Takes about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
Depending upon the thickness of the salmon. But it's important to watch it because you do not want to overcook fish.
It gets a little dry.
It gets a little dry.
Okay. Okay. So what's our first steps here with the salmon? I got my pan here. Now Jeanette greased this for us right before we started. So what's our next step?
Our next step is I like to cover those fillets with lemon.
Okay.
And just cut a lemon in half, and I just like to squeeze it on the salmon.
Okay.
Generously. Don't be shy. Just don't be shy. Just salmon really needs a lot of brightening up, and I love the lemon on the salmon. Just brightens up that natural flavor.
Okay.
Never be shy with the lemon.
Well, you
That
know
is what I have learned.
Lemon is one of those things that enhances the flavors.
Yes.
And you actually find you use less salt when you have some lemon in there.
Very nice.
All right. So we got our lemon juice on there. What's
Yes.
next?
Next step is just a little pat of butter.
A little pat
Just
of butter.
a little pat of melted butter. Not a lot. Don't be afraid of the butter.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in moderation, right?
There you go.
Just a little bit. This is just one pat.
Oh, not much at all.
Not much
Just
at
a
all.
drizzle.
Just a little drizzle. Beautiful flavor. Works so nicely with that lemon.
Helps everything stick.
Helps everything stick. The next thing I like to do is a little seasoning. I like to use garlic salt.
Okay.
Okay. Just a little garlic salt. Beautiful. Wait and get that little seed off there.
And then what's next?
And then I love fresh herbs.
Now I notice you have your dill in water there. Does that help keep it fresh?
It keeps it fresh. It also is, it's pretty.
Mm-hmm. It is gorgeous. Now, can you do that in the fridge also?
Yes.
And it just helps make
It helps
your herb
keep
last longer.
The herbs last longer. They smell beautiful.
Okay.
It brings life to the kitchen.
Okay, I love it.
I love it. I like to rinse any of the herbs. I like to rinse them in a little bit of water and take a paper towel.
A little paper towel.
Little
I got
paper
you.
towel.
I got you. Where'd I put it? Oh, right here. This kitchen has so many drawers and so many hiding spots. Now,
Thank
Jeanette designed this beautiful kitchen for me. Oh, isn't it pretty?
Chef Dana's selection.
Isn't it pretty?
Yes, I'm glad you like it. It's fun to work in a functioning kitchen that works well, right?
Well,
it's so
and
important.
That's what I loved when I came to you. When I went to Bath Kitchen and Tile, I told Jeanette what I wanted, and then she almost put herself like in my shoes and thought about how I would move, things I might need. And I mean, under here I got this cool little pop-up mixer and my garbage cans right here. So she really worked with me and said, well, Chef, you need this and this. And I was like, oh, nobody did that before. So I thank you.
You're welcome.
Made life easy for me.
I'm glad it worked out. And it's fun. I'm using it myself now. I can see how my handiwork, if it paid off, right?
Yes, yes.
So
Oven's right behind me. I love it.
I like just chopping this dill finely.
Uh-huh.
Get in there.
Yep.
And you can smell that beautiful fragrance.
Especially when you
of
put
herbs.
it with like some lemon. It
Oh,
tastes
yes.
amazing.
And just sprinkle. You can use dry dill also in the grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
They have all the herbs are in the baking area, of course, usually in a grocery store, but I love going into the produce section and buying fresh herbs.
Right. It's something about them. It just has that pop of flavor.
Yes.
And it doesn't take it long for it to bloom, really.
No, it doesn't.
Where the dry ones, it takes a little bit of time for them to wake up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the cost is minimal when you really think about the added value to the dish.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
It
yeah.
really is.
Yep.
So what I like to do now is just put the fillets right on the pan.
Yep. And I noticed you don't take the skin off. You leave it right on.
I leave the skin right on, if you can see that.
Uh-huh.
Well, you can buy salmon a few ways. Most folks get a little afraid of keeping the skin on, but I'm going to show you my trick.
Okay. Okay.
Okay? After it's cooked.
After it's cooked.
After it's cooked. What it does is it keeps the moisture in the salmon to leave the skin on.
Mm.
It
So
really
when you
does.
take it off, it'll dry it out a little bit.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to put this in the oven, 375 degrees.
Yes.
In our pretty GE oven. And then how long are we cooking that for about?
We're going to check it in 15
In
minutes.
15 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. There's my timer. 1500. Where's that hours? Oops, I went too many. 15 minutes. There we go.
Great.
And it's set. Okay, we're good. 15 minutes on our salmon. All right, so what is the next step?
The next step is the creamy dill sauce.
Creamy dill sauce. All right, let's do that next.
So we have a cup of sour cream.
Mm-hmm.
And again, those lemons are beautiful. This is so easy. I like in the same meal being able to use the similar ingredients so that you don't have so many different things you're worrying about.
Yep. Now, it's funny, like, this looks like, even if you didn't have the crepes, the salmon with the creamy dill sauce and the salsa, it looks like a meal you could pull together in like 20, 25 minutes.
Yes. It's a beautiful dinner meal, isn't it?
Yeah, salmon's in already. It's
Yes.
doing its thing. We're getting ready to do, wow. Okay, I'm with it.
I started making the crepes when I realized I needed a good protein for a beautiful brunch for my family. I was making salmon all the time for dinner, and then I realized one day, hey, what about a brunch? And then that's where I decided that the crepes would be a good idea because people like pancakes.
They do. They do. It's like, crepe, what do you mean pancake? And as you analyze the recipe between the crepe and the pancake, they're similar. You just got to leave out that baking powder so you don't get that rise that you get in the pancake. And now we're making these beautiful, nice, thin crepes.
Yes.
Okay. So, so far in your dill sauce, you have your lemon juice.
And sour cream.
Your sour cream.
Yes.
Using some of that fresh dill.
Oh, yeah. This is a creamy dill sauce. It's so simple.
So really, people could do all sorts of variations to your creamy dill sauce if they wanted to play around a little bit. Like a creamy tarragon sauce.
Yes.
Or a basil sauce or something like that, depending on what their fancy might be that day.
Yes.
Or what herbs they might have left over in their fridge.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So how did you get into cooking?
I love serving my family.
Okay. Now, what's your absolute favorite? Or
favorite meal of all time?
Yes.
Well,
dun, 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 dun.
I did a goose. I did a goose one time.
Okay.
It was beautiful.
Okay.
It was really fun to do.
Okay.
Yes.
So that was your favorite all time?
Yes.
Okay.
It was
Now-
it was a lot of work,
Oh, I can imagine.
but it was fun. I also have a really nice Jaeger schnitzel with homemade
Jaeger
pasta.
schnitzel.
Beautiful. Yes.
Okay.
With in that dish I use basil with a little bit of bacon.
Okay. Well, you had me at bacon right there.
Everybody likes bacon.
Look, Jaeger schnitzel and bacon. I don't know
It's
how
beautiful.
you could go wrong with that one. Now, what dish do your kids go nuts over? What's their favorite?
Well, they did like the duck. They did like the Jaeger schnitzel. Of course, the Thanksgiving meal is always a hit.
Right.
They do love my turkey and my stuffing.
Okay.
I have been known for my stuffing.
You've been known for. Now,
Yes,
what
I've
do you
been
do
known.
special with your stuffing?
Well, I like to stuff the bird.
Okay.
I do like to stuff the bird, and it's okay if the little bit of stuffing comes into the pan and then it gets real crunchy and gets all those pan drippings. They're
Right.
beautiful. And then you just add that to the stuffing and kind of spread it around, and it's the pan drippings that are just so delicious.
That bring it up to another
Don't be
level.
afraid of the pan drippings.
Well, I mean, if you cook
Yeah.
it, it's cooked.
You cook, it's good.
That's it. Okay. So you're putting in some more
So
dill.
I'm putting in a little bit of dill. I like to, well, you could argue I'm going heavy on the dill, but it's all about the flavor of the herbs, that bouquet, you know? It's beautiful.
Yeah. Now it's funny. Normally I have herbs growing on my deck.
Yes.
I've been so busy that I did not get my herb garden started. I'm kind of bummed.
I understand. I didn't get mine started.
You didn't get
either.
yours started this
No, no. I bought these at the store.
I got seeds like all in the house, and my wife's
Yeah.
like, "So you
When are you
just
gonna plant?
not planting them this year?" I'm like, "It's September now. I don't know what to say."
There's nothing to do but just
Right.
go to the grocery store.
We got seeds for next year.
We got seeds for next year.
All right.
Yes.
So that's your creamy
That's
dill
my
sauce.
creamy dill.
Okay.
We'll set that aside. Okay.
All right. So we got some salsa ingredients over here. She's got some basil. We have some onion. I'm gonna pass you the onion.
Well, I would very much enjoy to cut this onion up.
I left my onion goggles at home. People were like,
No,
onion
Chef
goggles.
Dana, I can't believe it. Well, you are a baker, right?
I know. Most people don't know I'm trained on the culinary side first. However, My eyes were always sensitive to the onions.
This is a special onion.
What kind you got there?
This is a Vidalia onion.
Ooh, you got the good stuff.
This is a Vidalia onion, and a Vidalia onion is sweet. It doesn't burn your eyes. You really can get these mostly in the summertime.
Right.
And I recently took a trip to Georgia.
Oh.
And I said, well, let's explore Georgia.
Okay.
When I was down there, let's drive around, let's see what Georgia's all about. So I looked at my map and I saw a town called Vidalia.
Don't tell me that.
And I thought
That's
to
all they
myself,
grow in.
and then I looked it up on my phone and said, what is that where the Vidalia onion comes from? And sure enough, this onion is grown only in Vidalia, Georgia. And it's a very sweet onion, sweeter than sweet onions in the store.
Okay.
Because the soil in Vidalia, Georgia does not have a lot of sulfur in it. And that's what makes that onion real sweet.
Less sulfur, sweeter onion.
Yes.
Well, look
Special
at that.
Vidalia onion. So it won't make you don't need goggles for this.
That's okay. I'm down with that onion then.
Yes.
I'm down with that onion. So I'll let you start chopping
Okay.
the onion. Over here, we've got some tomatoes here. She's got some vine ripe tomatoes. We're gonna chop up. Now, any size dice we're looking for on this?
I like a smaller dice.
Smaller dice?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna dice these tomatoes. For all the kids out there, tomato is actually a fruit. They're like, what?
What are you saying?
Right. And I know plenty of parents out there were like, oh yeah, back in the day we used to have tomato sandwiches, and all that good stuff. Might have heard of fried green tomatoes.
Yes.
Now it's funny, raw tomato I do not eat.
Interesting.
I don't know why.
Not even in a salsa?
Well, see, in a salsa, yes, because it's
Okay.
got all the other flavors mixed in there. Something about just the tomato, I don't. But as soon as you mix it with like
Something
anything,
delicious.
basil. Oh yeah, I like it.
I know someone else. Someone else I know doesn't like raw tomatoes.
Really?
Someone else I know. So I have learned that you can save time cutting an onion if you don't cut the end off.
Okay.
And you give it a few slices while it's intact.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, what's your favorite thing to make with tomatoes, other than mango salsa?
Other than mango salsa. I like to roast tomatoes in the oven.
Now, see, that I get down with. Like
Yeah.
oven roasted tomatoes are like candy.
Yes, very delicious.
And maybe this is my baker side, but
So look, there's your onion. Done.
and I'm not crying.
No tears.
When I was at the University of Delaware, I was a prep cook in the dining halls.
Oh, how fun.
Of course, as the low guy on the totem pole, oh, you're definitely cutting the onions, buddy.
Look at that.
50-pound bags. And I would be in there just
crying your eyes out.
walking in the freezer trying to get my eyes together.
Well, if you were tortured like that as a youth, no wonder you're.
I will not eat
You
it.
can't do it.
Right. Okay. So we're just cutting up some tomatoes. How many do you think I need? 2, 4?
I don't think you need 2, I think, with
Two
that
should
one
do it.
onion. Well, I did half an onion. I mean,
Okay. So I'll do one more.
I think so.
And then we got some basil. You want to chop up the basil?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to let you hold the
Thank
basil.
you.
Fresh basil. Definitely advisable for a salsa.
So again, I like to just, with these fresh herbs that are in the supermarket, just rinse them and dry them with a paper towel. That's all you need to do.
Okay.
Rinse them in some water, cold water.
Dry them with the paper towel.
Dry them with the paper towel.
Okay. And you can find basil in the store a lot of times, like as a, I guess you could say that they're pulling the whole plant
Yes.
most of the time with basil. Basil is one of those herbs that it does better when they pull the whole plant
Yes.
and bag it versus some of the other herbs like parsley and cilantro. You'll see them chop the top off and
Yes.
sell it, but basil likes to be in its own little soil.
It likes to be rooted, I guess.
Yes.
And not be in, I've tried to put it in water this way. It doesn't work.
Doesn't like it.
No, it doesn't like it. And it doesn't like to be in the refrigerator either.
Too cold for it, I guess.
Too cold.
Now, one of my other favorite herbs, rosemary. Although I was always having trouble growing rosemary in my herb garden. I don't know why. Just would not take.
Rosemary is beautiful with pork. If you ask me about a family favorite, my crown roast with rosemary is good.
It's good.
It's good with the rosemary.
She's like, that one.
It's good. It's the rosemary.
Yep, I was just cooking this past week. I was at, where was I at? York Country Club. And we did a cracked coriander and rosemary pork tenderloin. Woo!
Now I haven't used coriander.
Well, you know,
That
coriander,
sounds nice.
coriander, I call it the 2-for-1 spice because coriander is nothing but the cilantro seed. It's just not grown
Really?
yet.
I didn't know
Not
that.
grown. So you can take some coriander and plant it. Because that's the little seeds that are dropping off, off the plant.
I did not know.
And you'll normally get a 2-for-1 in that cilantro is one of the few herbs that when it's grown and so forth and you go to pluck it, normally it's going to drop its seeds and you'll get a second growth out of it for the season. Kind of interesting.
That is interesting.
All right, so, wait a minute, I'm forgetting about the mango. We got to peel the mango.
I'm going to let you peel that mango. I'm going to
Okay.
have you teach me something about the mango.
Well,
show me how to do it.
I normally just peel it just like I do the apples.
Okay.
The toughest part, honestly, is figuring out where that pit is.
I know.
It's in there.
It's never centered.
It's never centered, but it's in there. Yeah. And then this is what we call a green mango, common to the U.S. Other mangoes you might find are that Altufo. Sometimes they call it the champagne mango. My wife and I, we were on honeymoon in Mexico. And they had mango out there. And we're like, wow, why is this mango? It's so sweet. We're like, what is it? And they were like, oh, that's the Altufo, that champagne mango. You'll see it sometimes in like the farmers markets. They're becoming more prevalent in the grocery store. I've seen them in some of the local grocery stores now.
Is it the same size as this type, or is
It's
it larger?
smaller.
No, smaller.
So it would be about, honestly, half this size, and it's just like a golden color. It's good though, really good. I mean, as soon as you taste it, you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely mango. But normally it's just a little bit sweeter than the ones that we grew up on. All right, so I'm just peeling this mango here, just about done.
So when I was in the supermarket, when I found this mango, I had to really
search
because
because
they're not all ripe all the time.
They're not
Some of them
always
are
right.
hard.
Sometimes,
So
yeah.
you got to try. It has to just be tender.
Normally, the more tender it is, the sweeter it's going to be.
Yes. But the harder it is to peel.
Correct. It might get a little loosey-goosey on us. Thank you. Okay. All right, so we're going to cut this mango. Let's find out where the pit is. So I'm going to slice into it.
Oh, there it is.
All right, there's a piece of the pit. Let's see if I slice this way. Where is it? Okay, so the pit. Okay, we're not doing bad. Let's see. Oh,
that's looking nice.
How close can I get? Okay, so the pit's hanging around right there. You can see right on the inside there, we just started to touch that pit, that little white part right there. So we know the pit is sitting there. So my guess is, let's see, can I come down this way? Oh, a little too far. Okay, so our pit's contained within here. Let's see how much more of this we can get off here. Because we don't want to waste any mango.
No.
Okay, but as you can see, we're getting close to her. There it is. There it is. Yep. Now you see the pit starting to show herself. Okay. Oh, is that our salmon? Sounds like salmon.
Time to check.
Let's check it. How's it looking? How's it looking?
So I like to do is I just like to open it up just a little bit and see.
Take a peek.
Take a peek.
What's it?
Almost there.
Almost.
Another 5 minutes.
All right, 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. So I like to talk about checking it at 15 because salmon fillets have different thicknesses.
They do. They do. Yep, they definitely do. Depending on the piece of salmon that you get.
Yes.
It can be one day it's 15, next minute it's 20.
Yes. But it's important not to overcook it because when you overcook it, it's dry, and then dry fish is never good fish.
Never good fish. Then it's like, then you have to definitely put all kinds of sauces all over it.
Yes.
To get through it. I know. I know. Okay, so we're cutting up this mango. We're going to add it to the salsa. So what's going to be our next step?
We need to make these crepes.
Ooh, all right. You want to get started on crepes?
Yes, and I need to get that pan going.
Okay.
So it's so important that we have a nice hot pan.
All right, so we want to do that and fire up. There we go.
Fire it up. I like it.
Right now it's on a medium.
Medium's good.
Medium's good. Okay.
Yes.
So
all right.
What do we use for the crepes? For the crepes.
For the crepes.
For
yes.
the crepes. We're making crepes, everyone.
Otherwise known as thin pancakes.
That's right.
All right, we have a cup of flour.
I'm trying to remember the movie I was watching, and they just mentioned crepes the other day. I think it was Talladega Nights.
Oh boy, okay, that's funny.
That was a funny one, yes.
2 eggs, so a cup of flour. 2 eggs.
Okay. Cup of flour, 2
half
eggs.
a cup of milk.
So they're really that simple.
That simple. Half a cup of water and 2 tablespoons of melted butter. It's so simple. So I like to remember cup of flour, half a cup of water and milk, 2 eggs.
So say it again. So half a cup of water, half a cup of milk.
Yes.
And then how much flour?
2 eggs.
2 eggs.
2 tablespoons of butter.
2 tablespoons of butter. So it's like lots of 2s in there.
Lots of 2s. That's why it's a nice recipe, easy to remember.
Easy to remember.
Okay.
And it's like crepes are cousins of the pancake.
Yes.
Okay, so you mix them all together.
Yes. And I like to do an even spoon of the
mixture.
Of the mixture.
Okay.
So they're nice and uniform.
So all the crepes are the same size.
Yes. So I'll use this cup.
And now you said you figured this dish out when you were working on a brunch?
Well, I was thinking about a brunch and I wanted to do something special. My family loves my salmon. And then I thought,
how do I take my salmon and make it even more special
level, yes,
for brunch?
For brunch.
So you really, how should I say this? Though you design beautiful kitchens, you love to see people smile from your cooking.
Yes,
I
do.
I'm with you. That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about.
Okay, so you got your mixture made. Pan's warming up.
Yes.
What's our next step?
Next step is when that pan is good and hot, I'm going to pour.
Okay.
I'm going to use this half cup to pour this into the pan and just flatten it out as much as I can.
Okay.
Roll it around in the pan. Get that nice and even, thin it out.
Okay. And I noticed because of the amount of liquid that was going into the batter, along with the eggs, that it would be a tiny bit thinner than the traditional pancake recipe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It is going to be thinner, yes.
People don't have to, and I know my French friends are going to cringe when I say this, but they don't have to go out and buy a crepe pan.
They don't.
They could use a nice flat pan that they have at home?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's fun to have a crepe pan. When you buy a crepe pan, it usually comes with a wooden flat
Oh, to help spread it.
to help spread it, which is fun.
Uh-huh.
And it comes with a wooden spatula, and that's fun too.
Okay.
But you don't have to have that.
You don't have to.
You don't have to, no.
You can start with the pan you have at home.
You can start with a pan you have at home.
Okay. All right. So I'm just about done chopping here.
Let's see if we're... You need to heat that up just a little bit more.
Just a little bit more. Do you want the temp up a little bit more?
Yeah, we can raise that up a little bit more.
Okay.
You know, when I started out cooking, I was not a good cook.
No?
No, when you start
All
out...
the stuff you're talking about,
when
Megan?
you start out, you're not good at it, right?
Yep, yep.
You have to just not be afraid to do it.
That's it. That's it.
You'll have some culinary failures, and I still have culinary failures. Not very often anymore because I do cook a lot, but it's okay. What's the worst thing that's going to happen with a culinary failure?
You're going to learn something.
You're going to learn something.
I remember my younger brother, and he can cook well now. Like, he'll call me like, yeah, I made this, I made that. I'm grilling whole fillets, like the whole tenderloin. And I'm like, what? And I remember in the beginning, I used to tease him because I'm like, buddy, you couldn't boil water in the beginning. And now he cooks very well, very, very well. All right, so I'm mixing this all together.
Now, you know what I want to add more of?
What you want to add more of?
Some more of that Vidalia onion. But I won't.
Let me tell you, but you won't. Yep.
All right.
All right, so we've got our onions, tomatoes, basil, mango, and we'll let this hang out. Now, can they make this a day ahead of time?
Oh, yes.
And just let
Sometimes it's better.
Just let it sit and do its thing overnight?
Yes. The
Okay.
flavors come out. It's
Mhm.
usually a better dish. Like so
Okay.
many combined ingredients, it's better when it's overnight.
Gotcha. Okay.
It takes the pressure off the party, too, when you make it ahead of time.
Amen to that.
Yes.
All right, so that's our
Okay.
salsa right there.
So I'm going to go ahead and pour one of these crepes in. Now, sometimes I get impatient.
Would you be impatient?
Sometimes I'm going to just smooth this out. Because remember, we don't have that crepe spatula, and we don't need it.
You just gotta make sure
You just got to get it moving around a little bit.
so it's not overly thick.
Right. Just get it
Yeah.
moving around a little bit.
And it's funny, crepes are one of those universal things, as I say, in the world. Like, of course, here in America, we do quote unquote the pancake, but the rest of the world, they really know about crepes. Like all the other countries, I mean, of course, France, but I mean, when you looked it up, there was like Denmark and Russia and Lithuania, even Japan. So everybody has their own thing that they do with the crepes. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And that's our starch, if you want to call it, for this dish.
Okay.
When it's time to turn the crepe over, see how it starts to
We gotta flip it.
yeah. See how it gets a little bit of the bubbles and they pop a little bit,
Yep. Yep.
and it just gets a little bit of
Like a little crust there.
little crust on the edge.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Now this is just what did you call this?
Rubber. Well,
this is-
technically silicone.
This is a silicone
spatula.
and it's heat resistant.
Yes, so you can use it for this application.
And
yeah.
I like because you can get in there with this crepe more than a big spatula in a pan like this, and it's a delicate situation with this crepe, and it's looking pretty good. So, oh, good.
So now, how do they flip it?
Oh boy,
there you go, Jeanette.
I can do it.
Worked it.
Woo!
Yeah.
All right. See?
So how long do they have to cook it on the other side, approximately?
What was that? A minute? I mean, not very long at all.
So once you flip it, it just takes another minute or so.
It just takes about a minute. Yes.
Just cook the little bit
Just
of
2
batter
minutes.
that's left.
Yep. That's all. So in the meantime, what I like to do is get these fillets ready. So let's see, how do we want to cut this? And cut this nice. Now I'm going to show you my trick with getting this skin off.
Okay.
Do you have a spatula in the drawer, please?
Let me see. Another.
Let's get this going back with a nice edge.
Okay.
So what I like to do is I just like to, that's a hot pan. I just like to get in there and just get at the edge of that skin, see?
That was my old McDonald's days when I could just grab a hot pan like that.
Those are, and not hurt yourself?
And not hurt myself, right.
All right, and what happens is the skin stays in the pan.
Uh-huh, I saw it.
And then there's the fillet.
Slid off there. Okay.
Another thing I've done, and I didn't do it today, is I've pre-cut the fillet, so you don't have to cut it.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't take quite as long to cook that way, and it's a little bit more uniform, a little neater.
Okay.
Because it's pre-cut. It doesn't have this jagged edge like that.
And then
it has a nice presentation.
Gotcha.
But the risk is it gets dry a little bit.
Oh, when
See
you
what I
when you make
mean?
the little guys.
Let's see, how are we looking? We're looking good.
Mm-hmm. So with the little guys,
I'm going to brown that on the other side just a tiny bit.
get that little bit of
Just a little bit.
caramelization.
I think so.
So with the little guys, you can do it, but then you run the risk of drying it faster in the
Yes.
oven. Okay.
So, I mean, it's a balance.
You gotta pick your.
It's a balance.
Okay. Okay. So now, how do we pull this all together?
What we do is we plate the crepe.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Let's see how we're looking here. Yeah. And we add our fillet. Our beautiful fillet. Whoops. Uh-oh. See what happens in the kitchen?
You caught her.
I caught her. A clean kitchen is a good kitchen, in case you have some events like that.
Jeanette's not making as we call a cheap crepe. She is like hooking this thing up. So the portion of salmon that she has in there's got to be, what, 3-4 ounces of salmon in there?
Yes.
Uh-huh. So she's got a healthy portion of salmon. Now what do you add in there?
This is the creamy dill
That's the creamy
sauce
dill
with the
sauce
lemon.
With the lemon.
Right? Beautiful.
Uh-huh.
Of course, I like a lot of this. It's so tasty, isn't it? Goodness.
Okay. And then what else are we adding here?
And of course, you know, gotta make it
little dill sprig.
little dill sprig.
Make it pretty.
Make it pretty. There you go.
Look, now, are all our friends at Bath Kitchen and Tile, are they eating lunch like this every day? Look,
They're gonna want to now.
I'm putting her on the spot, right?
They're gonna want
Everybody's
to
like,
now. What?
oh, she makes
Crepes.
and salmon.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, crepes is one of those things, we're here using it in the savory capacity.
Yes.
But it can also be used quite often for dessert. Crepe Suzettes is a very, very popular dessert. It's made with orange segments, little sugar, a little Grand Marnier, and butter. And they cook that together, throw the crepes in there, and I mean, it is delicious.
We don't want to go light on the cream sauce.
At all.
All right.
At all. Well, there we have it, guys.
There it is.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm here today with my friend Jeanette from Bath Kitchen and Tile. We have made a beautiful crepes with a dill sour cream sauce.
Yes.
And a mango salsa with the sweet Vidalia onion. I'm Chef Dana. This is my buddy Jeanette, and this has been the Chef Dana Show. Tune in, check us out next time on DETV.
Welcome to Health and Self. My name is Ashley Thayer, and today is National Smoothie Day. So with that, I have my smoothie drinker in the family, the tallest of the Thayer girls, number 2 in the lineup, Mia Thayer with me. Hi, buddy.
Hi.
Thanks for coming on the show. So I'm really excited you're here today because you're the tallest, but we're going to make a smoothie called Green Machine. Do you know why we're going to make that?
Because there's spinach in it?
Because it has spinach in it, right? And it's good since you are so tall, like the Jolly Green Giant. You have on a green shirt, you're tall, it's perfect. I'm kidding. But it's okay because this smoothie is going to be packed with vitamins and nutrients and vitamin A, vitamin C, all of those great things for a growing teenager like her. Gosh, I really hope you don't get any taller because you are officially taller than me. But in addition to our Green Machine smoothie, we are actually going to make one of Mia's favorites, and it's really a Thayer family favorite. It's a quick weeknight mac and cheese, but it's called chicken and broccoli mac and cheese. Let me show you what ingredients you will need for your chicken and broccoli mac and cheese. Of course, you will need some elbow macaroni. You can sub in whole wheat noodles if you'd like, but we're just using what my store had on sale. You'll need a couple of tablespoons, about 4 tablespoons of whole wheat flour, 4 teaspoons of butter, about 1.5 cups of oat milk. Again, by using and swapping out some of our ingredients, it creates a healthier version of mac and cheese. About 2.5 cups of cheddar cheese. I've already pre-shredded this. I like to buy it in the block as opposed to buying it in the bags pre-shredded because it just doesn't have any additives. And then this is how you make this weeknight. A store-bought rotisserie chicken. I've pulled the meat off the bones, and then we're going to add that as well as broccoli. That's giving you the protein. It's giving you the vegetables that you need in mac and cheese. Yep. And you like this because it's good for athletes, it's good for busy kids, it's good for busy families because essentially, I say it's a 1-pot dish. I mean, you are making this essentially in 2 pots because you do need to boil the pasta separately. But, so let's get started on the mac and cheese, and then we'll make smoothies. How does that sound as our pasta's cooking?
Sounds good.
Okay. So I have a pot of water. It's a double boiler, but the cool thing about my double boiler is it has an additional little basket that sits right up over top of the water. So while we're waiting for our water to come up to a full boil, I'm actually going to steam my broccoli. So this is how kind of like kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't look at me like that. So we're going to start steaming our broccoli while we wait for the water to come up to a full boil. All right, Mia. Now, do you know what it takes to make a mac and cheese?
Cheese.
Cheese. Yes. Thanks, Captain Obvious. It does. It takes cheese. But it also takes what's called a roux. That's what helps the cheese to create the sauce that sticks to the noodles. Did you know that?
No.
Do you know how to make a roux?
No.
I'm going to show you. All right, so we have an empty pot here. We're going to turn this one on. Let me figure out which burner is which. This one's this one. There we go. On. On. There we go. Okay. So we have this on high, just to kind of heat it up really quickly. You will need your butter.
Do I just like pour it in?
Yep, just drop it right in. Good job. And then you can put that back in the sink. And we're going to let the butter start to melt. And then you will need a whisk because we're going to whisk in the whole wheat flour. So as the pot starts to heat up, the butter will start to melt. When you start seeing the butter turn to liquid, I want you to add this.
All of it?
Yes.
Okay. I just gotta double check.
It's essentially a 1 tablespoon to 1 teaspoon ratio. A traditional roux is a 1-to-1 ratio, so you do 1 tablespoon of butter to 1 tablespoon of flour. But because this is Health and Self, we have to make it a little healthy. Why is that funny to you? Giggle box. All right, so our butter is starting to melt. You see how it's starting to move over to the side?
Yeah.
All right, it is starting to melt. Let it melt a little bit more before you dump your flour in.
Okay.
All right. The other thing is traditionally the recipe calls for about half of this. This is about a 16-ounce box of macaroni noodles, but we're going to use the whole box because let's be real, there are 6 people in this family and they all enjoy this dish. Yep. So we're going to make a lot of it. Are you watching your butter?
No.
Or are you just watching me talk?
Watching you talk. Should I add the flour in there?
Yep, go ahead and start to add your flour. Now, while you are adding your flour, go ahead. Yep, and you can drop that back in the sink. I'm also going to add about 1/4 teaspoon of fresh cracked kosher salt. You gotta start whisking, bud. You don't want your flour to start to burn. Yep. And then I'm also gonna add about 1/4 teaspoon of fresh cracked black pepper. This is what's gonna give it the flavor. Keep going.
Smells good.
You can smell it already?
Yeah.
Good. Now, if you wanted to make this truly like a vegan dish or a vegetarian dish, if you were making this vegan, I am using oat milk, but you'd sub out your butter. You would use something that's not animal-based, like an oil instead. Also, you would use more of a rice cheese instead of just regular sharp cheddar cheese. So do you see how now you've got this into clumps? So it's starting to turn, which is good. No, oops. That's the butter and the flour starting to combine. So you can kind of see on the inside, which is good, which is what we want. Now, we're going to start to add in your oat milk. I want you to keep stirring. And I'm gonna slowly add in your oat milk. And I'm gonna lower your heat down. Good, keep stirring. And now you wanna break up your clumps of flour. You can whisk a little harder. When you have a non-stick pan, it's okay to use a metal whisk. If this was kind of like one of the enamel covered pans, or like the coated ones, then you want to use a coated whisk so you don't scrape up your pans. Keep going, you're gonna break up all of those little clumps. Just keep whisking.
All right.
Use those muscles. You're an athlete.
I am.
So the beauty is, Mia, I don't know if everybody in Health and Stuff knows. So you've officially graduated 8th grade.
Yeah.
Big deal. You're moving on to high school this fall.
Nerve-wracking.
Is it nerve-wracking?
Yeah.
Going to high school, it makes you nervous?
Well, because I've been at the same school for 11 years, and then now I'm just going to like a different school.
That is true. That is accurate. But it's good. It's a good time to move up. You'll be going to school with your oldest sister, which will be nice. And kind of, getting into that. Now you're in summer swim. That's why this is the perfect dish, because it's an easy summer meal. Good job. Good. Yep, let me help you just a little bit more, because what we want to do is, as this starts to incorporate more, the flour, the oat milk, and the butter, what happens is it starts to thicken up. That's where we start to get the roux. Oh. Yes, and then when we get to that thicker point, guess what we can start to add?
The cheese?
Yes, exactly. Okay. So you can kind of see, yep. So it's still a little liquidy. That's the other thing about using a plant-based milk instead of cow's milk, is it takes a little bit longer to thicken up. So you can start to add a little bit of cheese at a time. Don't add it all. Yep. And I hear our water boiling, which means our broccoli will be almost done steaming. Okay. Now we're going to just stir this and let the cheese start to melt. Up your power just a little bit more. Mia loves cheese, hands down. Like, you like grilled cheese, you like mac and cheese.
But the one thing I don't like is cheese on my pizza.
You're right. That is so bizarre. How do you not like cheese on your pizza?
It's not, I don't know.
But you like mozzarella cheese?
No. I don't.
You don't?
I don't eat it whenever you put it in like other dishes. Like
so is it the cheese you think that you don't like, or?
Well, I'll gladly eat grilled cheese, so like, I don't know.
But I put mozzarella cheese on your grilled cheese before and you've eaten it. I put mozzarella cheese in here and you've eaten it. You just don't know.
Yeah, I just don't know.
All right, so we add a little bit more cheese. Now, whenever I make mac and cheese for holidays, you do the traditional baked mac and cheese in a casserole dish, you still start with these same principles of a butter and flour roux, your milk or plant-based milk, and then you slowly start to add your cheese. So still kind of the same principles.
Should I add the rest?
Yep, go ahead and add the rest because it's slowly melting. There we go. Good. And then you can put that in the sink. Are you collecting dishes over there on your side?
No.
Yeah. All right, so you can kind of see it's really starting to turn into our cheese sauce as the cheese is melting, which is really cool. I want to make sure there's no clumps. So you keep whisking. I'm gonna trade spots with you. Come over here and check on our broccoli. Oh yeah, so when your broccoli starts to turn like bright green, that's when you know it is steaming. Let's see if I can lift this up without burning myself. And you can see it's starting to cook. So it's nice and bright green. Awesome. I'm gonna let it steam just for a tiny bit more, but actually first, I'm going to drop my pasta in underneath, and I'm going to create what's called a cardinal sin of you're not supposed to cover pasta when you cook it, but because I want the broccoli to continue to steam, I'm going to cover it, and it will just be okay.
Is the chicken going in the sauce or the noodles?
In the sauce, because it's already cooked. So the way we make this weeknight, again, is, you buy the store-bought rotisserie chicken, already cooked. You can buy it hot, you can even buy it cold, because depending on when you decide to make your mac and cheese. So what I've done is I've pulled mostly the meat from the breast and the meat from the thighs off, and then I'm just going to go ahead and drop it in, and you can just start to stir. Good job. All right. Now I am going to drop our broccoli in as well. All right, let me come around right here. All right, so now you probably need a spatula so that way you can start actually folding the broccoli in. And let me, put that in there. There's a fun red one. And then you're just gonna kind of start folding the cheese sauce over top of the broccoli, incorporating the chicken, and it's gonna continue to cook while you're doing that. I'm gonna clean up the mess I made with the water. And while you're doing that, I'm going to get a strainer for my pasta. Give your noodles a stir when you drop them into the pot because they have a habit of sticking together. You getting it around there?
Trying to.
All right, we're gonna cook our mac and cheese until al dente, and I'm gonna slowly lower your heat because this is all incorporated now. We don't want it to burn, but we want it to stay warm as we wait for our noodles to cook. And actually, I'm just gonna throw my lid right on top of there. All right, so sit that right in your little spoon holder. There we go. And we'll let that stay warm while we wait for our pasta to cook. You wanna make a smoothie while we wait?
Sure.
Okay. So, for your green machine smoothie, here's what you will need. All right, this is gonna be fun. Spinach, what turns it green. There's also some lime juice. Now, granted, it doesn't change the color, but it does boost the vitamin C content in your smoothie. 1 whole orange, but we're gonna use the juice from it. So I already cut it in half so I can juice it. 1 whole banana. I have about a cup of Greek yogurt, non-fat Greek yogurt, and then water to essentially kind of loosen up our smoothie some. You could add ice. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot one ingredient in the freezer. Frozen pineapple.
Oh yeah.
I forgot all about it because we want it to essentially be cold. The beauty of the frozen pineapple is that it acts like your ice without watering it down. So when you are using greens in your smoothie, this is my own personal trick. Blend your greens and your liquid first before you add your fruit. Why? Because you don't want little pieces of spinach, little pieces of kale in your smoothie. It changes the consistency and the texture.
It makes it like a lot smoother.
It does. So essentially we're gonna kind of like liquefy the spinach so you get all of the benefits, but
is really a green juice. You want to drink this?
No.
I mean, spinach tastes good. That's fun. Okay. So you can see now there's no more like pieces of actual spinach, which is good. All right, so now we're going to add in our 1 whole banana. You could use frozen banana as well, but that's just a fresh banana because that's just what I had. The cup of Greek yogurt. This adds your protein. You could also add, if you have a unflavored or like vanilla flavored protein powder, you could use that instead. But Mia likes Greek yogurt, so we will just add Greek yogurt in. Now, give me your hand.
My hand?
Place it over top of here. Close your fingers together. Nope, not that way, like this.
Oh.
I'm going to squeeze the juice of the orange into your hand, but so that way we don't get any seeds. Does that feel weird?
Yeah, it's like...
This is a very juicy orange. I love summer fruit because it's kind of like just at its peak.
Are my hands going to be sticky?
You can wash them. You have a towel. I'll give you a towel. Clean them in a second. Wait, yep. See? Oh, you're like leaning on the blender. So we're just adding more vitamin C, more nutrients to our smoothie. I'm gonna eat that. So good. Let me get your towel. There you go, my dear. Now your hand smells like
They
orange.
smell good.
Yeah, right? Okay. Lastly, lime juice and frozen pineapple to really kind of up our nutrient content and to make it a really green sheen smoothie. About a half a cup of frozen pineapple. There we go. Can you throw that back in the freezer?
Yes.
Thank you. And then let me just slice our lime. Will you do me a favor though? What do I do with limes?
Roll them.
Yep, will you roll it for me? Thank you very much. While you're rolling, I'm going to go ahead and blend this up the rest of the way. Oh, yes. You can see the yogurt's already starting to incorporate. You've got the pineapple blending, the banana. Is it so good? How are you? Is it loose? Is it soft?
Feels soft.
All right. We will just cut the lime and squeeze it in. Again, adding a little bit more citrus flavor. All right, now limes don't have seeds, so these you don't really have to squeeze over your hand. The trick is just not to drop it in. You want to squeeze one? Use your muscles?
Sure.
There you go. Do this together. Squeeze! I have more muscles than you.
No, you don't.
You're right. That's fair. All right, drop those in the sink. All right, here we go. Last little bit. Smoothies are an easy way to really kind of pack in protein, pack in vegetables, pack in, you know, kind of all of the nutrients in a drink. Okay. Let's get us some fun cups. Unless you want fancy ones.
Those are fine.
And we'll just pour. Ooh, look at that green machine. You're a swim machine, a track machine, a running machine. So this is perfect. Cheers. Mmm. That's good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You taste the orange, you taste the lime, you taste the pineapple. The banana makes it creamy with the Greek yogurt. But the beauty is that
You have all. Yours is almost gone.
Oops.
But it's so good. So, I mean, you're getting all of those same properties from the spinach, from the citrus fruit. It's so good. I love a smoothie, especially in the summertime. They're so refreshing. All right, let's check on our pasta.
That was really good.
All right, now, do you know how you can tell if pasta's done?
If they start floating?
No, but that's good.
Just a wild guess.
One, you could taste it. Two, you throw it at a wall, see if it makes it stick. Really works with like longer pasta and spaghetti noodles, but harder to do with macaroni noodles. You're good to go. Okay.
Should I turn it down?
You can just turn it off. Just hit off right in the middle. Hit it harder. There you go. Okay. Are you ready to fold in your macaroni noodles?
Yes.
Now, the reason why I love this pot, I mean, it's simple, because you don't have to drain it. You just literally lift it up out of the pot and it drains itself. Called the steam. Facial. Broke girl facial. Broke mom facial. All my money goes to you kids. All right. You ready? I'm going to dump in a little bit and then I want you to stir. Uh-oh, we're spilling water.
Ooh.
It's all right.
You did not drain that well. Well, you did what you could.
I did what I could. But I can clean it up. So go ahead and just fold it in. Boom, boom, boom. Good. Need help?
Yes.
Okay. Get around to the sides. There you go. Because a lot of times your sauce lingers on the side when you have extra ingredients in here. Okay, now we're going to add a little bit more, the rest of it. Because, again, I mean, it depends how much macaroni noodles you like, but we're a big family, and we're also going to share with our crew. And there's a lot of them. So we're going to feed everybody today. So we need all that we can get. Shake off the rest of the water since you just talked about me. Oops. All right. Oh, I still got noodles in there. You keep going.
It's a lot of noodles.
It's a lot of mac and cheese. Chicken and broccoli mac and cheese to be exact. Man, we threw noodles everywhere. Sheesh, squeeze. Did a terrible job jumping this. Now, Mia, what's your favorite thing to do right now in summer? Let's trade spots.
Summer, probably go to the beach.
You like going to the beach? Well, we've got a couple of beach trips planned this summer, which is nice. But right now, you're right in the heart of summer swim. How's that going for you? You like it?
It's going well.
Do you like summer swim over winter swim?
Definitely.
What's the difference? So for our health and self family at home, you know, they may not, all they know is maybe it's just competitive swim. They may not know there's a really a real difference.
What's the difference to you? Both winter and summer are fun, but like summer is just like more like exciting, I guess, and it's less competitive. It's more just like to focus on your technique without having to worry about like super, super big meets each weekend, whenever our meets are a lot smaller. So.
Because a lot of times in summer, we're swimming against just one other team. And in winter, you're swimming against swimmers across like our region, a lot of times in our USA swim meets. So that's fair. That's fair. Have you been running much?
Trying to, especially when it's been like 100 degrees outside.
I know, it's tough. It's tough. All right, so are you ready to eat? Did you finish your smoothie? You did. You put your glass in the sink. You know, those are your dishes. You know,
Oh.
She's our dishwasher. Both big girls are the dishwasher. All right, let me get us some plates so we can eat. So we can eat, and then you can get ready for a swim meet. All right, we'll use the spoon from the macaroni just because it's a little bit bigger. All right, so remember we did the store-bought rotisserie chicken because it was already cooked. We steamed the broccoli ahead of time, and then you've got the macaroni, the cheddar cheese, the oat milk. And we made that roux with the whole wheat flour and the butter. You need a fork. They're on the other side of me in the drawer, right over here underneath the blender. scooped yours up all pretty, and mine I just plop on the plate. All right. Ready to dig in?
Yes.
Oh, thank you for getting me a fork.
You're welcome.
I love this because it's the perfect, like, one-stop shop dish. You've got your vegetables. Broccoli is going to give you calcium, fiber, folate, good vitamins, protein from the chicken, easy peasy. And then, of course, you've got the macaroni. Now, if you want to make this completely vegetarian, omit the chicken. If you want to make this more vegan friendly, continue with the oat milk. Use a plant-based butter. And then also, you would use a rice-based cheese, which still melts beautifully. Slow down, bud. Mia's also the fastest eater in our family. But where does it go? Where does it go? So you've got a lot of nutrition here today. Did you know that? Would you like more smoothie?
Yes, please.
Let me get you some more. Just bless your heart. Man, she killed that, didn't she? I'll pour you a little bit more. The cool thing, Mia, is I love making smoothies. I mean, you can really mix and match. You know, if we would have just subbed out the pineapple and maybe did like a frozen mango, that would have changed the flavor profile completely. You could also add strawberries. You could add really anything. Good? And again in here, vitamins. So much fiber, and then the protein from the Greek yogurt. And if you don't like Greek yogurt, you can certainly put in a protein powder if you'd like instead. Well, Mia, it's National Smoothie Day, so we have our smoothies. You have your lunch. You're ready for your swim meet tonight. What do you think?
It's good.
Do you think this is something you could make for your sisters one day, like if I'm not home?
Probably.
I think so. You're a whiz at making grilled cheese, and you're a whiz at making mac and cheese, so I think you could kind of handle putting a little broccoli and a little chicken in there for everybody. Yeah? Okay. Well, good. Well, so for more recipes like this, check out selfsoulspace.com. You can find easy weeknight recipes, breakfast ideas, snack ideas. Mia's also my snacker, so I have more smoothie ideas on there as well for you to try. And for now, Mia and I, my tallest there, girl, I'll stand next to you so you can really see how much taller she is. We wish you the absolute best. Happy Tuesday, and we'll see you next week right here on Health and Self. Welcome to Health and Self. My name is Ashley Thayer. So welcome to our season finale. This is it of season 2, so I thought I would share with you a fun, summer-friendly recipe that you can continue to take with you into fall and winter Healthy, packed full of vegetables, protein, and weeknight friendly. We are going to make chicken and vegetable paella. Yes, and I know you're thinking, Ashley, paella takes hours to make. Not the health and self way. It is truly a weeknight dish. Let me show you what you will need. So, first of all, you will need about a pound of thinly cut chicken breasts. We're going to cut these into cubes. You'll need about a cup of vegetable broth to go with our quick cooked rice. So this is the rice that comes in the box in the grains section of your grocery store. It cooks faster than your traditional long grain rice, and this is brown rice. Then to our rice, actually I'm going to bring these over here, we're going to add about a pinch of saffron. Saffron is what makes it look like yellow rice that you're used to seeing in paella. Then a green pepper, some mushrooms, olives are traditionally found in paella, red pepper, tomatoes, and a zucchini. Again, we're adding vegetable to our paella and making it more nutrient dense. To add some of the base flavors, you're going to need a shallot and 2 cloves of garlic and a tiny bit of ground cumin. So to get things started, we need to get our rice cooking. So let's go ahead and start our rice on. Thank you. All right. To our pot, we're going to add our cup of veggie broth. Veggie broth is basically celery, carrots, onions, sometimes tomatoes, all brewed together to make that vegetable broth. And I'm going to add about my pinch of saffron. So saffron is one of those herbs when you buy it in the store, it lasts a long time in your pantry. However, I really want you to know it's not budget friendly. So if you are buying this, you want to make sure you kind of use smart ingredients. So you want to have it, keep it for a while, and it lasts. So we're going to bring that up to a boil. Our goal is though to let the saffron start to kind of merge in and marry with the veggie broth. As it starts to heat up, I will add my brown rice. While I'm waiting for that to heat up a little bit more, I'm going to cut our chicken breasts down to about 1-inch cubes so they cook a little bit faster. And by choosing thin cut chicken breasts, it will cook faster. I'm going to turn my burner on about medium heat for my large skillet. That's what we'll need. We'll basically make the entire paella in here, and then it will go into the oven. With that being said, my oven is preheating at about 400 degrees. Paella traditionally takes well over an hour to cook, hours to cook. The idea behind it though is that it really marries the flavors. With paella, traditionally you will find rabbit. We're not putting rabbit in this. You do find the vegetables. You find sometimes seafood. A lot of Venezuelan restaurants like to make what's called like a seafood paella. So they'll add shrimp and scallops and clams, different things like that. But this is weeknight, easy peasy, you know, everyone can do this. So we're making chicken and vegetable paella. And by adding a few more vegetables, that's what will increase the fiber, the vitamin content of our paella. So I'm just cutting these into 1-inch, 1.5-inch cubes. I kind of stacked a couple of chicken breasts on top of each other just to make it a little easier to cook and to cut, I should say. I love this recipe. And the first time I made it for the girls and for DeReardon, it was a weeknight. And they were like, what is this? And I said, chicken and rice and vegetables. But paella makes it sound really fancy. Well, and traditionally it is. Some of those same flavors that you expect from that Spanish paella, you'll still find in this dish. Something else we will add, but it's actually in my freezer, is we're gonna add about a 1/2 cup of, come here chicken, come here. About a 1/2 cup of frozen corn and frozen peas. Again, adding to that vegetable content, but they're in the freezer for now. So we'll leave those in there. All right, so I'm going to, so my saffron is starting to turn my veggie broth, which was already kind of a golden color, even darker. So like more of like an amber colored broth. You can kind of see. Let's see if I can tip it down enough without spilling it. Oh yeah, you can kind of see that. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna add our brown rice right to it and bring it up to a boil. The same way with quick cook rice you do with regular rice. You bring your liquid up to a boil. Once it comes to a boil, you drop the heat down to low, you put a lid on it, and it's ready to roll. Quick cook rice though, traditional brown rice will take about 30 to 40 minutes to absorb all of its liquid. Quick cook rice does it in about 10. That's how we make this a weeknight paella. Paella. Sounds funny. Okay, so my chicken is almost cut. My pan, I can feel the heat. Oh, my rice is already starting to boil. So I'm going to turn my heat with quick cook rice. You want to turn it down essentially off once you put the lid on it. All right, so we're going to turn this down basically to the point of what they like to call like a keep warm temperature. Not even like low, but just so it's like barely on. And the rice will start to absorb the liquid. And of course, in much faster fashion than if you were using a long grain traditional brown rice. A tablespoon of olive oil is going to our large skillet. And we are going to go ahead and start sauteing our chicken breasts and get them cooked through. Now, even though this dish is going into the oven, it's basically already cooked through as it goes into the oven. All right, so I'm going to sit our chicken over here to the side while I wait for the oil to finish heating up. Remember, when you're heating up oil in a pan, you want to look for the waves. It almost kind of creates these kind of like subtle waves, like the ocean. It's summer. Yeah, we're going to the ocean. We're enjoying. Are you enjoying the Delaware beaches yet? We've already been too many times. I can never go though. It's never enough. Never go too many times for sure. Okay, so while I'm waiting for that to continue to heat up, I'm going to go ahead and chop my shallot. You want to peel off the layers, cut in half first. Same way you do with an onion. You treat a shallot like that. It's just a more milder flavor of an onion. Slightly sweeter as well. Smaller in size. Grows the same way your traditional onion grows though, in the ground. In the ground. Okay. Peel that. Peel that. And we're going to the trash with our peels. And then with this, you're going to just give it a fine chop, make it easy. Easy peasy. The cool thing about when you're cooking with shallots also is that you don't have the gases that are expressed from like traditional onions. You know when people start crying when they're eating onions? You don't have that with shallots because they're not as strong of a flavor and they don't have that gas that expels from them when you are cutting them. So a great kind of introduction to your onion family. You know, it's a great way to introduce onion to your family if they're not big onion eaters. And because it's so small, when you chop it up, even if you do full slices, they're naturally smaller than regular onion. Okay, our skillet is warm. We're going to add our chicken. This is about a pound of thin cut chicken breast that I cut into cubes. Like a rough cut. I mean, it doesn't have to be exact. It's going to get mixed with the vegetables and the rice. Now, for my vegetarian and vegan friends, omit the chicken. Just take it out. You could substitute tofu, but I'll tell you honestly, this dish tastes amazing. Just with the vegetables and the rice, it tastes fabulous. So you definitely don't need to add the protein if you don't want it. But because I'm always fueling athletes, we are headed into our last week of summer swim. The girls are swimming morning and night, and Veronica and Zoe are swimming in the morning and going to gymnastics at night. They need as much kind of like protein and fiber and vitamins they can get with every meal. So that's why I like to add the chicken to it. Now we're waiting for that to continue to kind of start to cook through. I'm going to chop up my 2 cloves of garlic. So remember, when you're cooking with fresh garlic, it's easy to peel. Take the kind of flat side of your knife, take the heel of your hand, and just push your weight down on it. What that does is it smushes it. It gives it a little smooshy smoosh. That's a technical cooking term, smooshing your garlic. But with that, it actually releases the flavors of the garlic, which is what you want, and it makes it easier to peel and to chop. So, there you go. Now, you can buy your garlic already minced in a jar if you'd like. That's fun. Just make sure when you look for it that it's not based in olive oil, or if it is soaking in olive oil in those cool little jars, just make sure you kind of monitor your oil content that you're adding to your dish, because the garlic will carry some of those oils with it. You could also use a garlic press, but I don't believe in having too many gadgets. I was telling Sean, a member of our DETV crew, that I feel like I'm on kitchen gadget overload in my kitchen. And sometimes I feel like I'm like, oh, I should have a food processor. Oh, I should have a garlic press or a garlic mincer. And then I go, Ashley, you have too many things in your kitchen. So how do you use the things that you have is by using fresh garlic, using the heel of your hand, the heel of your knife, and you kind of chop it up yourself without having all of those kind of special gadgets and things. Okay, I'm just gonna move my chicken around, already starting to cook through. And I'm going to go ahead and add the shallots. Why? Because 1, I did not season the chicken breast. This will get salt and pepper and that cumin, but the shallots add flavor as well. Okay. Shallots are going in. Garlic will go in after the shallots and the chicken continue to cook through, because garlic burns very quickly and very easily if it is left over the heat for too long. However, you do want the flavor from it. So we'll go ahead and mix the shallots in with the chicken. So they start to, flavors start to marry. That's another technical term. You want that subtle onion flavor throughout your chicken and throughout your dish. Okay, and let that continue to saute. Throw that in the sink. Next, for the rest of our vegetables, like what else are we going to add to this? Well, first of all, we're going to add a pepper, 1 green pepper and 1 red pepper. Can I jungle these? No, barely. Wasn't too bad. I'm going to just do a rough chop on the green pepper. I'm chopping around the seeds. I like to cut it this way. 1, because I don't need to use every little nitpicking part of the green pepper, but also because I can cut around the seeds easy enough. In green peppers, I know sometimes in peppers, the spice of a pepper lies within the seeds. That's not true with green peppers and red peppers. They're just a nuisance, in my opinion. And if you have somebody that has that phobia of like small circles and like small dots, have you seen that phobia? Well, don't show them the inside of a pepper because they flip out. My daughter Mia has that phobia, and she gets so weirded out when I run after her in the house with the pepper and the seeds. That's mean. Is that mean? Am I being a bad mom by doing that? I don't think so. I think it's just sometimes you have to have fun with your kids. You've gotten to meet all 4 Thayer girls on Health and Self, which has been fun. They love coming on the show. They love sharing their recipes that they enjoy most. Remember with Mia, we actually made the chicken and broccoli mac and cheese. We eat a lot of chicken in our house. With Jordan, we made those pickled onions, remember? Oh, over the salad. And the grilled pineapple, like almost a healthy cobbler version. Remember we did the homemade granola. Oh, that was so good. And who could forget crazy Zoe and Veronica Zoe loves veggie pasta. I mean, every Monday we do Meatless Monday, and every Monday she says, can we have veggie pasta? Veggie pasta, veggie pasta. So trying to find new ways, and with that veggie ziti that we made was a great new way to kind of really just spin our veggie pasta. And then Veronica brought the treats of the day for sure. She made, it was 4th of July, so that was really cool. What a fun way to make red, white, and blue cupcakes. Homemade cupcakes are honestly, real talk, if you have the ingredients, a little bit more economical, budget friendly, and a little bit healthier. Yes, there was still butter in there. Yes, there was still sugar. They're cupcakes. But by making them, you just have less preservatives than you would if it was a box mix. And it takes the same amount of time. It doesn't take any longer or any less time. It's exactly the same amount of time. All right, my peppers are almost cooked. Chopped. Goodness gracious. Words are hard. I'm kidding, they're not. Okay, last little bit of the red pepper, and I'm gonna stir my chicken, and I'm gonna go ahead and add in my peppers as well as my garlic and let them all start to saute together. All right, stir my chicken around. Already the chicken is, there's a couple of pieces that still have a little bit of pink, but that will continue to cook through as we add our peppers in. But we're just gonna increase the flavor and add more. All right, here we go. Red and green peppers, as well as our 2 cloves of garlic, are going into our chicken and veggie paella. Great. All right, now, the next part is going to go, what I like to say, kind of like warp speed ahead, runaway pepper. As these continue to saute, we're gonna add in basically all of the rest of our vegetables. So your mushrooms, you're gonna pop off the stems. These are Bella mushrooms. Pop off the stems. It's roughly about a cup of mushrooms. It'll work out to be. Why am I popping off the stems? You can eat the stems. You can definitely eat the stems of a mushroom. Aesthetics. I'm making it look prettier. I am paying honor to my mentor, Chef Dana, by making it actually look pleasing and pretty. As I chop these, I'm cutting them into quarters and I'm adding right to my pan. Next will be the zucchini. Once I get these all quickly chopped into quarters. Mushrooms. So for my vegetarian and vegan friends, the reason why I said that this is an easy dish to just literally omit the chicken is because your mushrooms can essentially act as your meat base. And they kind of give you the fillingness of your meat. All right. Let those continue to saute together. You can smell the peppers, the garlic, the shallots, all smell amazing. Next, the zucchini. 1 whole zucchini. Chop it off at the end. And then I like to cut them into essentially half moon or quarters. We want everything to be roughly the same size. When you make a rice dish where everything is incorporated, you really want everything to be the same size. It's pleasing to the eye, subconsciously it's pleasing to the eye, and it's easier to eat, and it all cooks through about the same amount of time. All right, add these right on in. Ooh, I hope our pan's gonna be big enough. At home, I make this in a huge pan. I don't even want to say large, doesn't even describe. Like a huge skillet, because I like to add so many vegetables. Got some runaway vegetables happening. That's okay. Back in. All right. Only a couple more ingredients to go to our paella. Our rice is actually almost cooked through. That's the beauty of quick cook rice. Actually, just about is. There's still a little bit of liquid that needs to be absorbed. So we're going to let that still sit with the lid on. Tomatoes. These are vine-ripened tomatoes. Tomatoes are really great right now in the summer. They're very fresh, easy to find. Cut around the seeds. You don't really need the seeds. You just want the actual tomato itself. Go down. Okay. You can find a lot of paella in Spanish cuisine, Spanish-based cuisine. It's very heavily based in like Venezuela. There's a great restaurant when I lived in Los Angeles. So I lived in Los Angeles before, pre-kid years. I lived there for 4 years. And in the valley, so that was like over the mountains from Los Angeles, there was this amazing Venezuelan restaurant. And I remember getting this fantastic paella. It probably took them all day to make because it was so delicious. The flavors were amazing. So, I mean, this is your weeknight version of paella. But let me tell you, the sangria that they served in that place, you know, like those like old school cafeteria cups that are plastic, that kind of have, they're like textured on the outside and they're big. Like they gave you sangria filled to the top. So maybe the paella wasn't that great, but the sangria was so good. I thought the paella tasted good. I don't know. But I just, gosh, the memories I have from that. But you take those memories, those experiences you have in life, and that's how you make meals for your family. All right, our tomatoes are chopped. I'm adding them right in to our vegetables. Oops, without losing some on the way. And that was just 2 tomatoes. This is not really a tomato dish. Clean off my cutting board, and I'm going to mix these in. Oh, yes. Look at all of the vegetables, all of the fiber, vitamin A, vitamin C, vitamin B, B1, B2, a lot of folate in there as well. Okay, last thing, olives go in, and our frozen peas and corn. Because you only need about a half a cup, I'm going to use bags that I've already had that I've used to make this. Oops, about a half a cup. If you love peas, add more. My family does not love peas. I have grown to like peas. Sometimes the corn gets a little stuck. Ready? This is what I do at home. There you go. Breaks up the corn. I like corn more than I like peas. When you were a kid, did you have to eat like succotash, like lima beans and corn and peas all mixed together? That was one of those nights at my grandmother's that I would just be left sitting at the table by myself. Okay, stir this in, runaway mushroom. All right, lastly, the olives and then the rice, and then it's going into the oven for just a few minutes, essentially just until it cooks through. It doesn't need a whole lot of time. Now, if your olives are pitted, that means the pit has been taken out. You can just cut them in half and throw them right in. These, I thought at the grocery store were pitted, and they're not. So I'm going to quickly cut the pits out. There we go. You can use as many olives as you would like. You could also use, so these are Kalamata olives. They're like the halfway point flavor-wise between a green olive and a black olive. My family does not enjoy a lot of olives, so I'm only going to put a couple in. And then if you love olives, I personally love olives, but if you love them, you can always add more. It's the beauty of cooking. Make these recipes, take them, try them, and make them your own. So just a quick rough chop through the olives. Now, olives are a signature ingredient in paella, so if you're going to make it, you got to put at least a little bit of olive in there. Otherwise, then it's just chicken and vegetables and rice. All right, add our olives in. Throw our pits away. Throw the pits. Okay, the last ingredient before we add our rice, a half a teaspoon of ground cumin. It's going to give it that smoky flavor that you expect to find in Spanish cuisine. All right. Now, before I add, yep, this is ready to go. All right, our brown rice is ready. The saffron has kind of added to the brown rice, so it gives it the yellow hue that you expect from paella. And we're just going to add it right into our pan. And then we're going to pop this in the oven. Turn off my burner. Fold this in. Okay, so this is going into the oven about 5-10 minutes. My oven is preheated to 400 degrees, so it's nice and hot. But before we go into the oven, we need to touch it with a little bit of S&P. 1/4 teaspoon of kosher salt, and then a 1/4 teaspoon of fresh cracked pepper. Yes, please. Remember, we use the vegetable broth as well, which contains just a little bit more vitamins than your traditional like chicken broth. And makes it easy if you are omitting the chicken from this for my vegetarian and vegan friends. Okay, turn my burner off. This is going into the oven till it's cooked through. So about, like I said, about 5 to 10 minutes. All right, I'm gonna let this cook and then I'm gonna clean up and then I'll be right back with you. So it's been about 10 minutes. I'm all cleaned up and I think it's about time. Let's take it out of the oven. Let's see. When you are taking pots out of the oven or pans, you always want to make sure too that your pan is oven safe before you just throw it in here. This one is oven safe and is good up to about 500 degrees worth of temperature. Oh, this is heavy. Okay. Oh, yes. Look at all those vegetables and the chicken. I'm going to stick this on the handle so I don't burn myself. All right, let's grab a plate. Now, remember this season, we discussed how making your meals vitamin dense, moving your body at least 30 minutes a day. We talked about heart health isn't just for the month of February, it's every day. And, oh, I need a spoon to serve myself. Remember, we talked about those social media kind of tips. Not playing on social media the first thing when you wake up. Not doing it right before you go to bed. Being a light. All of those things. Get your sleep. Drink water. Eat healthy as much as you can, but still enjoy life. Be happy and have fun. And remember, don't take yourself too seriously. It's okay if you make a little mess in the kitchen. That's what it's for. Okay, here we go. Our chicken and vegetable paella. Ooh, it's steamy hot. Blow on it so I don't burn my mouth. Absolutely delicious. You taste the vegetables. The chicken is super tender because we did the thin cut chicken breast. You've got the peas, you've got the little sweetness of the peas and the corn mixed with the peppers and the shallots, the zucchini and the mushrooms. So good. And weeknight, a traditional kind of hours-long dish made on a weeknight, packed with vegetables, packed with protein, packed with fiber because of the brown rice. The perfect kind of fancy everyday meal, which is the way we like to do Health and Self. We've spent the season celebrating. I hope you have had fun with us this season. Remember, this is it. But don't worry, season 3 will be around the corner. Anyway, from my team here at DETV, from my family, from the girls, from Jarirdon and I, we wish you all the best. Thank you for watching Health and Self, and we will see you next time. Cheers.